the one-time nuke, you get that score lead or that elim in this arena, it's very hard to come back point-wise the second game, especially like if you're just elimming too soon. So, but I'm excited to see what he does because this is, first game, given a practice game going against Detroit and Lenny, like didn't do too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think he stream titles his own again. Oh shit. That's one thing I forgot. I don't actually know how to change it in the program we're using now. I'll change it here. Hang on a second. Yeah. With him in that squad, I mean, he hasn't played too many Space Marines events, but he's played a lot of Laserforce, a lot of tag. So yeah, it'll be. I think maybe his team will be kind of looking at him to kind of carry a little bit. Maybe.
Yep.
We'll see. Where the hell do you do the thing? Is it here? There it is. Yeah.
Same thing on that note. I think like the way his play style is more aligned with kind of the smaller, faster players. So like for him, I definitely think sticking on that tier 2 style of like floating commander. Maybe not so much as like Rusty style of like always pushing the third from second up and down, but keeping that second floor just kind of covered and protecting his heavy if they're on red. I definitely think they have a shot of like upsetting some of these teams, especially with his play style. Those walls, he's shorter. You get below those walls, you catch people off guard. Can really do some damage.
I've been sort of thinking about playstyle and stuff a lot this week, and I think similar to Brisbane, if you are if you're tall or if you're short, you've got like an advantage, and if you are somewhere in between, like most of us are, you're in a little bit of trouble.
That is definitely true.
I really struggled actually in the Loveland Arena. Yeah, I think it's because it takes such a different mindset to play. Like, I was listening to, I can't remember who it was. It might have been part of the podcast in the weekend, but someone basically said, I can send blah 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 to to big box, and there's a difference between, hey, go to big box and control their area, and they turn up and they just stand there in big box, or they go there and they actually are like, okay, well, so my job is to be in and around here and like watch these kind of spots and keep people out of those areas. I think that hadn't really clicked for me before. I think it's kind of a good way to approach the maze.
Yep. Yeah, like go ahead.
I was just gonna say, welcome in chat. Nice to see you all. Please be as vocal as you want to be in there. Type in, nice to see you, bro. Cody, what's up? Shouldn't you be warming up? Note all the crackening. Lucy, nice to see you guys. Hope you guys enjoy the evening. We've got a lot of stuff coming at you during the week. I'm gonna try and keep most of what we've got going on under wraps until we kick off tomorrow. But in the meantime, you'll be stuck with the big score screen and our beautiful faces. You don't play till third game? Excuses.
Plenty of time to stretch those quads out. Those ramps are going to tear your legs a new one. Don't play heavy, play scout.
Lucy, you think you're receiving penalties for not being able to properly show shoulder because you're small? In Brisbane? No, well, I mean, only if you're trying to shoot over a wall. use your height to your advantage. If you can creep low. I don't know if you've seen Meow play that arena yet, but she's tiny. She plays that like as one of the best little people I've ever seen. Not little people, but you know.
Yeah. we had quite a few problems when we were our team USA when we went playing against Meowth because it's like so many times she just sneak up and it's
Yep.
just like, guys, why are we paying attention? It's like we
Yep.
don't see her. It's like the lights are flashing on the wall. Like you can see her creeping forward, you just can't see anything else of her like coming up those sides.
We have California A in a piece versus LAPD.
California AB.
Ooh, what on that way? I pushed the wrong one. That's gonna take some practice. Let me,
Also, John Calkins is playing in the background.
Yeah, let me pause that guy. Be quiet, Calkins. Nothing quite like a scoreboard sound effect playing all night, all day, and then you go to sleep and you dream about it. That's what Nats is, folks. Yep. Love it.
Oh yeah, it's even worse when you're just reffing constantly and you're just hearing the sound effects.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, oh, well.
Currently sitting in Dubai Airport waiting for the flight home. Travel safe, dude.
Yeah, safe travels.
What do we got going on, my friend? What's happening? Oh, Kadama's already doing good. Man, score already.
Yeah. My guess, without having the cameras, is Kadama just shot up the ramp, straight up, shot across, and got a nice chunk of points there for himself.
Yeah. Do you think that would have sent Red Team downstairs?
Well,
they might be
surprisingly, I noticed Snowflake is not heavy, so it could have sent them downstairs. But they also didn't lose a lot of lives. They lost 5, but
yeah.
Ceasefire!
Type in
it's hard to say.
That's pretty huge.
That's normal, like on red, if you're not low to the ground. Because as soon as you come up green, you can shoot over to the left.
Especially,
and if they're going all...
Sorry, you go.
Go ahead. I was going to say, especially if they're running all the way to third, which I do not advise. I advise stopping at the cubby.
Yeah.
But if you're going all the way to red, you're getting hit multiple times if you can't get low enough.
So we talked about it in the weekend with Dill's height.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Nice sound effects there.
Mute.
That's gonna halt your dreams tonight.
Somebody's added a camera to the main computer and it has done not good things. I'll tell you what, can you if you want to keep chatting, I'm gonna make a phone call real quick.
Sure. But yeah, I'll pick up where you kind of left off, is Dill's height. So we kind of talked about this before. I know I kind of mentioned it when they were asking me for rankings. The height is ridiculous, and the height that he has, and it's even on that second ramp, that second switchback going up green, can easily hit anyone that's not low enough going up red ramp. So same thing if he stops at green and he's shooting over the wall, looking at red cubby. Always picking people off there. Same thing if he's standing on, just floor 2, looking up at red, the height advantage that he has to easily hit people in the cubby resupply box. Definitely does wonders for him. So I'm interested to see though if they keep that same sort of strat, like if they split third and second, or if they just both go second. I know when I was there in 2015, we split just because of the speed of our 3 hits, but you can definitely, if you can force red down and green side, you take the cubby, like it's way easier for you to deal with red because red has to go all the way across the arena to try to come back up. If they don't have a nuke already, or else they can try to nuke you down. But losing that cubby early or losing second early to green is not the ideal situation. And it looks like that's what happened to red team here. They just couldn't set up properly and probably got pushed down. You're on mute still, I think.
Oh my
Oh, there we
goodness.
go.
That's never good.
Nope. It's okay. Uh, Stream LTE. That's gonna be our theme all day tonight. Stream LTE.
Yeah. So just yeah, I don't know if you already said it, Scythe, but we are still working out kinks. So
Yep.
somebody did a thing that they shouldn't have done, and it made all the things go kooky. So for the moment, we've got to mute the got to mute the scoreboard, otherwise the sound feedbacks into it. We actually, whilst we were testing, there's a way that when I if I don't mute my microphone, they can hear me coming across the arena speakers. Which ooh, that's a fun one.
Oh, if
Especially
only he nukes right now, he
yeah,
may take someone out.
yeah. Oh my god, they medics on one life, but they seem to be hiding. The commander's got a nuke.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll keep that in check. Um, man, Dill's doing work. That was
Definitely.
one thing that we had talked about coming in was his height, but we also thought, you know, if he was able to keep the same form that he had back in 2022 when we played West Coast, people
Yep.
were saying that he's going to clean up. So, hmm, it's an interesting lineup from LAPD though. It doesn't seem to potentially be their strongest. Maybe they're you know taking the practice opportunity to kind of play with the lineups a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think I know like in the past my team has always wanted to try to like switch it up and it's like, hey, not start, but the reason like that we've done it in the past is just so like if we have newer players, they can just learn the arena as a three hit. It's easier from learning the angles of where you're getting shot than it is where you're just going down constantly, you don't know where you're getting hit.
Yeah,
So I definitely like have a suspicion of what Red's lineup is going to be. I kind of talked about it when we were kind of talking rankings and where they were going to fit, but I definitely think like Red is, probably just hanging out, looking at the arena, kind of learning some things, learning what not to do because it does definitely seem like they lost that Red Cubby and top floor pretty early on in the game.
yeah.
So but it just comes with practice. Like that's what it's
We're
for.
expecting to have some cameras. There are cameras set up in the maze, so there is one pointed at the top of green ramp,
Okay,
and you know, so you can see cubby, you can see the um, path all the way up to the third floor. And then
gotcha.
on the red side there is the switchback ramp, and also a good view um, into the fortress, which is really really cool. Dan actually plays tournaments. He sure does. All right. I'll be in and out of chat periodically because I have a feeling that I'll get a phone call shortly from someone being like, "What did we do?"
Right?
Yeah.
Or like, hey, we need to set this up. How do we set this up?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Um, what's your preference? Do you have a preference of a color in this maze?
I'm always the odd man out. Like I love Greenside. Um, like each time I've been to Loveland, I've always been told like, no, red's where it's at. I absolutely love attacking from Greenside. It is the best thing ever.
Right.
Um, Rusty agreed with me for about 2.5 seconds until like the 2015 nonsense happened. But no, I just love Greenside because like when you come across that second part, that second ramp going onto second floor, like you have this huge view of red players going upstairs, red sitting in the cubby. It's like if you take the two people or one person off that's going up to the third floor, you have an easy, wide open way to get into fortress or whatever the red side second cubby is,
Yeah.
or whatever they like other teams call it. Um, But for me, like that attacking angle and just sitting there, you can just farm points all day like that. Whereas red, you have a lot of walls, you got to be strategic. And then red also, you have to have someone that's kind of a guinea pig of who's the first person going up to third, who's going to
Yep.
take the shot from the heavy, from the green heavy,
Yep.
or who's going to trade. And if you miss, then it gets rough because if
Yep.
they come down, you don't have a backtrack. It just
Yeah.
gets very squirrely very quickly. But I love green side for that reason.
I think especially if they can cut across and set up in big box. And so if you've come up red ramp, gone up all the way into fortress, and then they've taken big box and their heavy manages to take your heavy down or whatever, all sorts
Yep.
of bad things are about to happen to your resupply.
Yes. Yeah. There's been a couple times though. I know like the
What's up,
Aussies did
Sam?
it really, really well in 2015,
Right.
where they kept their medic the one game on the first ramp on red, and
Yeah.
they threw the ammo in there with a scout. Um, so then when Traj went down or Rusty went down, you try to go attack the resupply.
Mm.
You have 3 phasers aimed at you, and you're like, well, you think the person on the ramp is a scout, but they're actually the medic.
Yeah.
And it took quite a few shots for us to realize, and I'm sitting there screaming at the top of my lungs that hey, that person's the medic. Like, go around the corner and just shoot them. But yeah, that situation where you're on that switchback going up to the third floor is always like, hey, let's flip a coin. Who's gonna go down if you're not trading? And
Yep.
then same thing. Like if you go down and your commander's down, your resupply is not gonna be happy with you after the game.
That's why it's like so important for whoever's coming across from green side across the first floor, across the ground floor, and hitting that red ramp. Like it's so important that they,
Yep.
make an impact. Just like if it's a scout or whoever. Somebody
Yeah.
is taking a camera away, and I need that not to happen.
Yeah, you'd be surprised like when you send that scout up red. So again, we were talking about Dill's height. A couple times him, I know Traj, even a couple of random Loveland players where they're standing up tall, leaning to the left side, aiming towards green. That scout could just shoot them in their left shoulder.
Yep.
Like they're on the first floor, the first ramp. So it is something to be mindful of like how you're going to approach the strategy from green. Are you going to, split in 5-man and keep your medic back? Are you going to go for all the glory and just try to rush third with the 6-man team?
Yeah.
It's definitely quite a different few options you have, but it really depends on your personnel, what they're comfortable with, and then again, those ramps, they're unforgiving. So day 2, you may see like people switching up because you're like, my legs, my quads, I can't get up these ramps.
Dude, it was killer. Like, killer in 2022, obviously, like, just coming out of COVID, haven't done any running or anything for a couple of years. And, you go to altitude. The altitude especially, man. If you're not on your game fitness-wise, the altitude's going to get you.
Yeah, I tried warning really everyone about that. It's just like, you're not prepared for that altitude unless you're like, even if you're in the best shape, it's like the thinnest of the air. Just like you're taking longer to recover. You're taking deeper breaths. Like your muscles are taking longer to recover. So, definitely stretch. I implore everyone to stretch because like the ramps, they're gonna hurt.
Yeah.
They're gonna be the winners of the tournament.
I need to just try Luke again. What
Sure.
I might do is I'll switch across to this screen, and then unless you want to talk to chat, if you want to vamp, I'll leave you on the screen. Otherwise, I can change the scene. You let me know.
Whatever works for you. It doesn't matter. If you want to test more stuff, we could swap to the other screen if that works.
Let me quickly switch to here. Hang on a second.
Sure.
you drives me wild. Oh, pretty lady, will you come and save me? 'Cause thought of leaving here without you makes me wanna die. Pretty lady, will you be my baby? 'Cause the thought of leaving here without you drives me wild. Oh, pretty lady, will you come and save me? 'Cause the thought of leaving here without you makes me wanna die. But it's all up to you to live out your life, your life. But it's all up to you to live out your life, your life. Used to stay up all day and all night.
Switching to full
Earth team is ahead by
Alright, we're back, Josh.
5,200 points.
Take it away.
Guck mal, wieder Hitseeker.
The middle of a semi-slaughter here. The game is definitely looking rough. So yeah, we have it looks like to be the favorites according to some, kind of disputed favorites. So we have green team as Cedar City, and we have red team as Syracuse. It's gonna get weird sounding that, but basically New York versus Cedar City. So the game doesn't look like it started well for red team. So again, like kind of how we talked about it last game, it's that beginning motion that kind of sets the pace for red team of like how you're going to defend against green, both on that second floor and that third
Team
floor.
is ahead by
So
9,700
knowing New
points.
York, like it's going to be a little bit tougher for them just because like you have that three aspect, that three floor aspect that you have to watch. Again, they are a first floor arena, but they do have experience here. They did pretty well in 2015. But it's just getting back the flow of that, you know, looking up, looking sideways, looking down. And then on red side, just getting those reps in of like knowing how green is going to attack you, and you know, having your people, your scouts, if you have them on the second floor, if you have a scout going the third, having them make sure they call out where the commander in heavy is. It makes all the difference at the beginning of red.
Seem to have fixed one problem that's crept up. Beans is now following Laserforce Tournament.
That's great.
Thanks for the follow.
Earth team
Appreciate
is
you.
leading by 13,000 points.
We definitely appreciate it. Beans, you chose the most remarkable time to follow because you're following right in the middle of Syracuse, not doing too hot, but like I said, one floor arena, it's like you're just readjusting again to looking up and down versus straight ahead. So
Dude, it's
I think they'll
such
be fine as they get used to it.
it's such a different vibe, right? Like playing in a like Auckland's technically is too, but it's basically a one floor arena because there's no real vantage points you can shoot down from people. There is one, but it's not really that used. So you're live in person. It looked great. Good. Also, I managed to talk to Luke, so thank you for calling me back. Oh, goodness me. So many things still need to be done, but we're working on it. That game kind of, I guess, went a little bit as expected. We, I think in some of the lead up we had this Cedar City team in. We had them in tiers, but people were putting them at third because I think 2/3 of the resupply were a little bit biased, because they were on the team they put second. So
yeah,
it is what it is.
yeah. When they reached out, kind of for the rankings, I definitely had New York a little bit higher just because, again, Beans, like the injury happening 2 days before. Um, they just did so well in 2015. I definitely think they could have held their own against the top two teams. And, definitely sneaked into that third spot. But I do think by a very slim margin, I think it's like minus 100, minus 110 for me. That Loveland does have that advantage over Cedar City. Cedar City does have, two other players coming in versus the squad they had really for, the West Coast last year in Auckland. So, but again, they're a really strong team. Like, I've played, against Snuffles, against Slaughter, against Thunder, against Chaser. So, playing against them, it's like they do have that unique style, and then they do have that unique perspective where they've played in Loveland quite a bit, and then they have Slaughtermelon who, knows the arena very, very, very well.
100%. Yeah. I think as well, there's pride on the line, I think, for Slaughtermelon, to come back to his home after winning a Nats with essentially half of this team,
Yep.
It's actually a really interesting scenario, almost similar to kind of like Rusty's situation. So Rusty being originally from Wellington, moving to Brisbane and finding a lot of success there. And I would say maybe to the same extent Baden as well. Baden originally from Wellington, but really finding success on an international level with whenever he's played in a Brisbane team as technically a merc. I think that's how they kind of swing that. As I look back, I'm like, how did we let that happen? What are you gonna do?
I definitely feel the same. Like, I think I wouldn't call it like a chip on your shoulder, but it's definitely pride. Like, you're coming back to your roots in a sense, and you're like, okay, I'm with this other team, and you definitely want to prove that, hey, I can win. I can win with this team too. You're used to winning with your home team, but now you're on this different team. How it feels, but I've been there, unfortunately, on the wrong side of things in 2015. So I definitely know that feeling. And for me, like, mine was all like Sith dark side driven. I was just so mad at my team, and I just went with like the biggest chip on my shoulder. I was like, I'm gonna solo win this tournament by myself. And when it was all said and done, I hated myself for it. But
did
I definitely
Detroit have a showing at
go
that
ahead.
Nats?
No, everyone. So, oh man, it was me and the cult.
The others.
It was me and Greg's group. Yeah. But no, like everyone, like the last two players backed out in June. And I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go and play with whoever. I didn't really want to merc. I mean, there was no way they were gonna allow me to play for Brisbane because Brisbane needed a player. There was no way they were gonna allow me to play for New York. New York also needed a player, and they both took like two Detroit players. So they took Jesse Death2All, put him on New York. They took Ivy, put her on Brisbane. And the committee was not having any discussion of me playing for Brisbane or New York. So I was just going to go merc. I was going to do something. I'd already paid, so it's like, well, I got to go.
Yeah.
And I was approached by the Sith Master of like, hey, we're actually thinking about going. You want to play with us?
Yeah.
And without even thinking about how bad it was going to be, I just was like, yes.
Well,
I was just
I understand. The thought process is, well, there's tag to be played. I get to go play some tag.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like I still get to go, and then I still get to like make my team essentially feel bad for not going. I mean, there were some circumstances that popped up, and it's like, okay, that's understandable. You told me back in January, but when we have like players not committing to a team in like March, April, you're just like, okay, well, are we playing? Are we not playing? We're training every week. Are we playing? We're not
March
playing.
really
What's
is
happening?
that cutoff, right? Like you have to know by March, otherwise. Yeah.
It gets rough. Yeah.
Right. We what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try and fire up one of the cameras in here. Oh, that's
sure.
You covered your face. That's no good.
It's okay. I will stream as a camera bot. Scythe bot has vision on green ramp. That's how we're gonna call it.
It does look like you're looking through like a transparent like scoreboard.
That's awesome.
All right, we'll flick over there shortly, but let's have a look here. What's that?
A science that helps us to understand the appearance of everything around us. From these 5 beautiful colors, we need first a source of light.
I don't know how many we got in chat.
Is this the Alan Wake dubstep? Unlock the third mind.
I haven't played those games. I really should.
Unlock the third mind.
A source of light.
All right,
Yeah, is it
let's,
just I'm
Yep.
curious, is it just any teams like suiting up and playing?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're going to try and maybe, well, we're going to switch across to here real quick. Chaser's wife, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Enjoy the tournament. You see here, they cover up your face with chat there.
Fire team has
Oh, that's
taken the lead.
totally fine. Green's in.
I'll fix stuff. You can take it away.
Yeah, sure. So as you can kind of see, Green did that 4-person rush straight up. They definitely got shut down, unfortunately, but I do expect that to be more common with some of the other teams. But I mean, on Green side, you do have to make that decision. How many are you sending up to the 3rd floor? How many are you sending cut across 2nd? But again, if for those watching the stream, not low enough. They all 3 got shot at the top before they even came around the corner. So still too tall. Still bleeding that IR sensor over that wall. On the flip side, though, we do have red team, so Motor City, aka Detroit Hybrid, kind of an East Coast hybrid,
3,700 points.
doing a little bit better this time. So as you can see, they did cut across from red. They kind of shut down the green rush, and only lost 1 life off their medic. But same for green. Green did not send their medic up. The medic was down, so
Took him out with a heat seeker.
kind of playing it safe, feeling both teams out.
Took him out with a heat seeker.
Oh, El Diablo's doing some more work.
Watch your fire and check your target.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Out with a heat seeker. Took
Is
him
this
out
who
with
they
a
played
heat
before?
seeker.
It is who they played before. They just kind of reversed the colors.
Yep, just swap sides.
Who's that down?
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Possibly Blackout, actually.
Yeah, I think it was Blackout that just ran up to the 3rd floor.
Earth team is behind by
So red has pushed green all the way down.
Yeah.
And they kind of swap sides, so definitely aggressive move. I myself wouldn't recommend sending your resupply over to green from red side in any condition. You have them watch that red ramp,
Yep.
but it did work for them. So they did push them all the way down. It looks like green is kind of stuck downstairs now. And then they're gonna have to make that gambit choice of like, do we try to shoot up? Do we try to shoot back up red? Do we try to shoot back green?
Well, it looks to be red resupply at the bottom of red ramp there, right?
Yeah.
bottom of the switch
Well,
rack?
they're resupplying the. Yeah, they were resupplying at the bottom of the switch.
Yeah.
And then we have, it looks to be 2 green. El Diablo was on the left of the screen on the 2nd floor. Just kind of picking people off.
I have a feeling it was
Fire
probably
team
Sanders
is ahead
or
by
maybe Rockwood.
3,500 points.
somebody up in the fortress. Actually, a couple of green up in the
Yeah.
fortress, keeping them pressed down into the bottom of.
Yeah, one of
switchback.
them. I think the one on the left was Satters.
Good
Because he
UKIP
did one
by El
shot. pretty sure he one-shot Rhea, who's playing heavy on, that was on the right side on green on the 3rd floor switchback. So a little bit of chaos currently, but they're definitely, like I said, just kind of learning the arena. Motor City going with a little bit more of an aggressive lineup. They did put Stu in his favored position, that ammo position, so
He's such
it's
a turret.
definitely going to help them.
He's such a turret.
Definitely a
it's-
turret.
It's such a good way to shore up your backline, having this guy Stu as your ammo.
2,700 points.
Yeah.
Looks to be Rhea trying to put a little pressure on that switchback, but they're just they're just forced to stay downstairs, which in Loveland can be a bit of a death sentence. So.
Requesting clearance from nuclear.
Definitely, yeah. The bad thing, like we see here, of why you don't have your resupply go over to green side is your medic's already at 5 now. Definitely, I mean, it may have seemed good in the moment, but maybe they got pushed to the green side. It didn't appear to be the case, seeing how El Diablo came up green ramp, but yeah. Let that be a lesson, boys and girls. Do not send red resupply to green side early in the game. It definitely does not. We'll say 8 times out of 10 does not work in your favor.
Do not pass goes dangerously close on
Earth team
lives
is
there,
trailing
but
by
manages
4,600
to
points.
let loose a nuke, take a bit of the pressure off the resupply.
Yeah, definitely. I do like what green's doing though. They are playing the red side how you should be playing it with the resupply.
That zone of control.
You did see it.
Yep. Then push down. Yeah.
So you have. Yeah, because you have one on the ramp that's shooting over, you have one on second shooting over, and then you have one at the 3rd on green side shooting over.
Yeah.
So there's literally nowhere you're running. So Lenny is now forced back downstairs, unfortunately.
I think that might have been Blackout heading down there.
Was it Blackout?
Oh, maybe not. I don't know. The camera might be a little bit out. Ray's coming up. Oh, no. A little bit.
Little bit.
Gets taken down by the Kraken. Seems to be pretty real time.
Yep.
Scythe, you know how you're spitting facts. You're doing this all week.
Watch your fire.
Scythe is joining me
team
all
is
week on
trailing by
the broadcast. It's going to be a
2,700 points.
great week.
I am doing it all week, yes. So
Got a
providing
little
my
one of the
insight. Yeah. Definitely going to try to provide as much insight. I know this is one of the camera angles we have, but definitely walking kind of everyone through green side, because I know Baden's going to disagree with me, but I love green side. He knows that all too well. I don't know if you were there yet in 2022 when I was like, yeah, green's the best. And everyone's looking at me like, what? Just give me that look like, who are you? Get out of here.
Green is this side or green is the other side? I'm always confused.
Yeah, green is this side that we're looking at.
Oh, I thought this was red. Red ramp. Dumb.
Nope, this is green wrap, sadly.
Right. So you prefer to come up this side?
Oh, I love it. Yes.
Yeah,
So right where green is, right there where he's
Fire
coming down,
team
I
is
love
leading
just
by
sitting there right when you
1,600
run up
points.
from the beginning of the game, because you have this wide arc view as commander.
Yeah.
And you're just you'll get that first shot on a commander. If they turn to try to shoot you, they'll miss. You hit them twice. So now one of the 3 hits is down. So now all you only have to do is contest with a heavy.
Yeah.
If your heavy is going up 3rd, you have a definite, chance of pushing red back down off start, which again we kind of covered. It's kind of a death sentence.
Yeah, 100%. Anytime you want to spend as little time as possible downstairs, with the exception of going under the base. The only real time you should be down there. Green team base run at the moment. I like this early cohesion that we're seeing from the Sunbeams.
Yeah.
I think that the entire scene want to see El Diablo especially do really well at this tournament.
Fire
we
team
we've
is leading
talked.
by
We actually talked. We're
1,500
talking earlier
points.
today about the appetite for a European internationals, and I think it's there. I really do.
Same. He's a former he's a fellow German, so I would love for maybe Frankfurt get to host, and then I get to return to my hometown and
Are you
go
born and
hang
raised
out in
there?
Germany for a week. I was born in Frankfurt, Germany. So, yep. Dual citizenship, so it's like, hey, just go hang out there.
You pay taxes in two countries. Hell yeah.
I don't know about that. I probably should because some of the tax situations here aren't going that great.
So just FYI, Beans has said that this side is red ramp side. We're gonna have to let's pay. We'll pay close attention at the start of the next game because I was sure that this was red side, but
Fire team
I
is
also
ahead by
don't
980
really know what I'm
points.
talking about. So
I've only ever remembered coming up. This ramp is green, so
maybe we ran across the floor.
maybe they swapped places.
You're up there so fast.
My wormhole messed up and I went up the opposite ramp.
Yeah,
Like,
the hell am I?
Shit! What?
Blown away.
It's a
Green
mountain
team-
air. It makes the wormhole bigger.
Green team on cleanup here. Who was that?
That would be.
Dino Pasco.
We got 7
Yep.
canisters of
Yeah.
Trying his
CM20.
best
So we roll them in there and
to
knock
salvage
out
the
the
game,
whole
but
nest.
good nuke there by Al Diablo.
Yeah, it's really hard. Like red, I think. Green had that set up so well on that second and third floor that.
Yeah.
In that instance, when you run into that, all red needs to do to really counteract this, like just take 3,
Earth
take
team
4,
is
like kind of
trailing
just
by
if they're spread out
990
up there,
points.
like don't waste time trying to like hemorrhage shots, just get lives, get
Yeah.
shots, and then fight to take it back. Really.
Missile
Good
away.
nuke there by Nini.
Do it.
Pasco.
Do it. Do it. Do it. I needed that.
But I mean, they still this speaks to the pressure that Green team have managed to put on Motor City
Took
Mutts.
him out with a heat seeker.
Oh, just as I say that, the medic gets missiled. So
Yep.
I didn't realize until sort of the last few days just how few games Vulcan has actually played. Vulcan's pretty brand new to the scene, so
Yep.
I think coming
Party
into this,
time.
not
Hey, what
even
you
triple
doing, man?
digit games. I think. I could be wrong. Actually, I think I'm definitely wrong there. But yeah, it's
I say we take off and
not
nuke the
heaps of
entire
games at the
site
very
from
least.
orbit.
Fire team is leading
Right.
by 790 points.
Yeah, this is like one of those tough situations too.
Switching
It's
to
like if
full
you,
auto.
if Lenny could have got a couple more lives, they could have tried to stuck this out on a point situation. Granted, like the first game, also didn't go well for him, but again, with these teams that we're seeing, like those point games matter a lot, and taking surviving and taking a game, keeps you out of those bad matchups when you cut to finals of like, oh, we got to play, a top tier team first versus, hey, 2 middle of the pack teams playing where you have a way better chance of trying to get into the next
Earth
round.
team has taken the lead.
But
This,
yeah, for Motor City, I think. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right.
Man.
We'll talk about that after this game.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say, for Motor City, really, you just gotta find that groove.
I
Like,
needed that.
sit down, have a talk, kind of figure out where people are going in the beginning, because the beginning, hurt them here too. Losing that, first and second floor, but it's really just like taking it step by step, just, learning, having your heavy, pick that spot, which way they want to go, and then, again, for me, it's that second floor, but for them, it may be the third, but they also got beat on the third floor too because they rushed 4 up. So
Earth team
all 4
is
of them went
leading
down.
by
They didn't get low enough.
1700
So
points.
the ramps come out winners again in the early game for red side.
Man, like trying to keep yourself lower on the ramps is such a skill. And if you again, if you're not used, I think this is probably one of the biggest things. Maybe one of the biggest things with multi-floor arenas is there's usually half walls. So Brisbane has a lot of half walls. Loveland has a lot of half walls. Detroit not so much. You guys don't have. I mean, you've got a couple of sections that do, but for the most part, it's very mazy, like kind of half of upstairs there. But yeah, in those arenas where you have to stay low if you're not used to it,
Fire
it's
team is
punish.
trailing
It's
by
physically
1700
punishing.
points.
Yeah, our half walls come up to like rib cage level too,
Yeah.
so it's like you have a little bit more grace of how far you gotta squat down
Yeah.
to not get shot.
Yeah. And if you look at the referee there, I mean, yeah, they are
Took him out with a heat seeker.
standing upright, and the
Yeah.
ropes are basically at hip level. So, you know,
Yep.
it's tough. It's tough one.
But yeah, El Diablo definitely doing work this game.
It's
Like
great.
13K. Did exactly really what I expected Green to do. Is like you pick those spots, you shoot up. But yeah, Red. Unfortunately, they had a little rough spot in the beginning with the respawn and the getting pushed down, and then respawning at the bottom of the ramp again. Not the greatest situation, but just kinks, same as our stream LTE, just working those out.
I believe coming up next we have California in a piece going up against LAPD again.
Yep.
Hopefully, Beans has not done me dirty on the colors this time. We'll see. Gonna have to give him some training. But again, it's all kinks, baby. It's all kinks.
Yep.
You'll notice that this stream will probably have a lot less cussing because we're trying to be accessible to everyone this year. I've had complaints about my potty language in the past, so we'll try and keep the stream as family friendly as we can this year. It's nice to see family members in here. So yeah, feel free to share the stream around with people. I want to give a really quick shout out, and this will be the first of many, to our major sponsor this year, Liquid Death. This is the first Space Marines tournament that we've had with a major sponsor, so pretty awesome thing. It's good to see growth happen in our scene because
Definitely.
I mean, the sentiment, I think, from a lot of veteran players is, oh, the scene, it's dying. I don't believe that's the case. I think the scene has changed, but it's certainly not dying. So thank you, Liquid Death, for keeping us hydrated. Appreciate yous.
Beans, I feel like you're just dropping one, like, inconsistent fact after another here. Here's Syracuse versus Cedars next. They just played a game ago, and yeah.
What the hell?
Syracuse versus Cedar next. It's like
he sent me a message before saying I got the next game queued up. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we get a fact check on Beans here?
So Syracuse versus Cedar City.
Maybe they just bullied their way in. They're like, you know what? We're playing. We're not waiting. The game went bad. We want a redemption.
They went in. Okay, sweet as. I mean, we're not running to a schedule here, so it's all good.
Yeah. When we get to, that was better than tag. You know what? It is. I will say that it is. The double animal fries.
I highly disagree. In-N-Out is mediocre at best.
Oh man.
Unless they come on as a sponsor, in which case I love In-N-Out.
Oh man. So here's the thing: you are blessed in your country with meat that's actually great.
True.
Here,
that is true.
Here, In-N-Out is like top tier.
That's
Top tier
fair.
grass-fed meat.
That's fair. You're right. It is. It's all relative. We're pretty spoiled here.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember in 2014, like I've had obviously like Canadian McDonald's, I've had European McDonald's,
Yeah.
and it's like I had Macca's for the first time in 2014 in Brisbane,
Yeah.
and I was like, this is the best McDonald's I've ever had in my life. Like this is so good.
Yeah.
I was trying to tell people back home, they're like, there's no way. I was like, no guys, you don't understand.
Yeah. I think a good portion of the traveling contingent in Auckland last year were of the same opinion, but we affectionately named it Chuggies. Chuggies.
Chuggies.
Is, I can't remember how that happened, but it was very funny. These two, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these two teams as they progress through the week, and it's such a shame that Beans is no longer playing. He's gonna try and get on at least one game this week so he can keep his streak alive. But it's a real shame that they've lost him. But they've got some players. They still have some talent in this team.
Yeah, Beans, you really messed up my my whole argument when I'm reaching out to Luke, and Luke's asking me for my opinion. I was like, yeah, Syracuse top 3, let's go. And then Beans, I mean, the play was not worth it. The slide was not worth it. But I mean, I still think that, you know, yeah. I still think that, you know, Syracuse, they can definitely make some changes. They can adjust. Again, it's a learning curve. You know, 2015 again, New York did really well in the arena. They definitely pushed some teams, and then they progressed great during the week. So again, once you start playing these matches and you're going against the same team, and you can start strategizing, you start realizing what the different conditions are for each team of what they're doing. You can definitely start picking up on that. And then when you get into the later stages, that's when you start getting those upset games and those middle standings again. It's so important to stay in that middle of the pack if you're not one of the top 2 teams, because then you avoid playing one of the top 2 teams.
Well, especially
at least for a round.
I haven't heard what this decision is, and Beans, perhaps you can shed some light on this. But the original way that they're doing the second round is the pods, and the thought process was that the first pod will be rank 1, 3, 5, and 7, and then the other pod will be 2, 4, 6, 8. And
Stand by, arming now.
Oh, here we go. Game started. All right. Looks to be red team coming up that ramp. So that's red ramp.
Earth team has taken. Fire team has taken the lead.
Scythe. Supposed to know things.
I don't know.
Jeez.
I don't know about that, but sure, we'll go with it.
Okay. Also, Beans, when you choose the teams, I suppose you can't actually see. You're giving me the opposite matchups. So maybe I'll put here team red. So team 1 is red. Team 2 green.
Is it laid out like that on the on the schedule? Team 1, team 2.
Oh no, like just on the back end where I'm doing the graphics and stuff.
Gotcha.
Red managed to come up and take.
Earth team is behind by 640 points.
Take the shit. I blanked on the top of the red ramp. Fortress. Pretty good.
Earth team has taken the lead. Fire team has taken the lead.
How many cameras? Oh, also Stallion. Hello, nice to see you. How many camera angles? We're going to have 5, I think, for the tournament. We don't have the other ones set up just yet. We're waiting on those, so once they get up, we may or may not run them tonight. Might save them for the rest of the week. This seems to be the Cedar City lineup. I'd be surprised if they don't play this lineup during the week. In the past, they would have put Thunder as the heavy, but he's been killing it at Scout. So.
Fire team has taken the lead.
Yeah, I think like in this arena, you definitely want a dominant scout. You can kind of see him there over the Pharaohs, just kind of shooting over. But yeah, you definitely want that one dominant scout that's going to be kind of that second floor menace, and you have like the one floating scout. We have like up third, up first, just pasturing the resupply. But yeah, green seems to be in a rough spot. They have given up quite a few medikits, unfortunately, on the side there, but I am assuming that this is going to be some variation of what they're going to go with. If they don't switch Cody and Lenny back and forth, but Cody does have that like height advantage.
Yeah.
But Lenny does have the speed advantage, and he does get low
Earth
enough
team
to
is
where
behind by
you can get under
2,700 points.
those ramps and those walls. So I definitely think maybe they swap at each side also. Just kind of like play it out, see how it goes, and then just see the comfortability of Cody being like, the tall commander versus like the tall heavy.
Yeah. I think the tall commander is probably the position you want. You want that high ad commander on that attack.
Blow it away.
Ooh, there's a good little missile there by Snuffles. This is Evo running down the ramp.
Yep. Yeah, it's never good to go down at that spot on that ramp, because then it's like, oh, I'm not making it down here.
Yeah, there's so much terrain you have to cover.
Yep.
It did look like the green resupply was sitting at the bottom of that big ramp. So that downstairs, and you don't want to be downstairs, kids. Don't be downstairs.
No. You don't want to be on the first floor at all, ever. You also don't want to be split. So I know, like, the first game that kind of happened for Syracuse, where the resup was unfortunately split. When we came in, they were split up running around right before 3 people died, but
really
never a good position to find yourself in.
Chaser red ammo was basically sitting on 0 points, which tells me, both the ammo and the medic sitting on 300 collective points. They've shot 3 people between the two of them, so it tells me there's no pressure being put on the red supply at the moment.
Yeah.
You can almost maybe expect the red ammo, if the team is that dominant, maybe to push out a little bit.
Fire team is ahead
just to
by
kind of be that extra
3,800
gun,
points.
kind of looking around, but it's not like they
Space
need
Marine
it.
requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
They've taken a lot of lives off of the medic very quickly.
Yep. Also, Evo dying out the game was definitely unfortunate.
Yeah.
You did seem like in the bottom left of the screen, he was on the first floor walking around looking for his resupply. So,
yeah.
Again, being on that first floor is definitely a death trap.
Do it!
Good to me.
But yeah, I think, really all they have to do is kind of figure out, kind of a fallback spot when things happen. Like, I know we had our favorite ones in 2022, those 2 spots that we always went to. So it was like A, B. You're only going to be in one of these 2 spots on the first floor, but those spots definitely are not somewhere where you can hold for more than like a minute, 2 minutes.
Points.
It's more or less you take 2 and it's like, all right, we're back to assaulting the ramp.
Sorry, bear with me. I'm gonna have to go quiet real quick.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Oh yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Earth team has taken the lead. Fire team has taken the lead.
I was kind of hoping that we'd be able to get
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
some internal camera sounds to push out to stream, but it's not looking likely.
Oh, it's not great.
I say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit.
Oh, is it because they have it running through the opposite browser?
Yeah, we had to mute some stuff,
yeah.
and but that's okay. I think with our noise and the game, game sounds coming in, plenty of noise to keep it irritated.
Right.
Oh, Abby,
and John
Welcome
Calkins
to
playlist.
Yeah, Calkins playlist. Jack play medic is not play worst medic we have in queues, including Cody.
Ceasefire!
Earth team is trailing
I think
by
it seems to just be like that feeling out phase.
Yeah.
Doing, man?
I definitely think with even if they had Beans in the lineup, it would definitely still be a feeling out phase.
Yeah.
I think it's really how do you take the team that has these dominant players and kind of like how we were in 2022. It's like, where do we put them where all the chess pieces fit? So, I mean, you could swatch it. You could swap it back and forth. I think Fox's like height again is definitely an advantage as a scout on that second floor.
Yeah.
So, I'd probably keep him that, but I definitely think like it kind of rests with where you're gonna put Cody. Again, if you want the tall commander or the tall heavy.
Yeah.
But for me, like, I wouldn't say it's panic mode. Like, you are playing one of the top two favorites, and you can kind of see what they did in the game. So now you're learning to take that back for, your next game, your next practice game, and then getting ready for some of those other teams. Are like, okay, this is what didn't work, but also it's some information, but not the whole story because you're playing the, one of the top two favorites to place.
Forgive me for being a little distracted. I'm gonna try and set up these other cameras as we go through.
Sure.
I don't know how successful it'll be, but we'll see.
Now are all the camera mics running on the opposite browser?
Yeah. So you basically have no internal mic sounds, which is a little
like Beans Nuke.
Oh, that nah. They did hear all the crazy sounds that came through the mics before, which was never enjoyable. We try to work the shit out before the actual games, to hopefully avoid any people getting shitty, but we'll see how we go. All right, that's one camera. Cool. Calkins, where are you, mate? I'm real excited about what we've got cranking for the stream this week. Hopefully everything kind of runs like we're expecting, but we'll see.
Stream LTE.
Moving around.
All right. Did Beans leave us? Who's going in next?
Let's have a look. Nope. Beans left us. Rockwood, what's up, dude? I hope you have a great week this week. You're so proud. Stallion, I had a quick read of your message in the on the tournaments page, but I wasn't sure what it meant. Where are they taking that camera? That's so confusing. Have you guys been playing much at home? Josh?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if you were talking to me or Rockwood.
Oh, both, but you.
We have not. I cannot tell you the last time we actually played tag. We definitely struggle to get 10 players. We try often though, so we definitely try to get 10 players, but it is the summertime, so probably come wintertime where there's not disc golf. You might have a few more players where we can get 10, but definitely hasn't happened in a bit. What about for you guys?
Off and on. It's winter, people are sick, people are away, it's always tough.
Yeah.
What have we got going on? Well, camera's
Yeah,
on.
I was dying that week. Baden. I apologize. I was in until I was dying the Saturday beforehand.
Oh, that's
doing, man?
Was that the... That's the third floor camera, right?
That's
Blown
what it
away.
should be, yeah. Weird that it doesn't crop that like I want it to crop. Stupid thing.
Yeah, so really quick, why we play with the camera settings here. As you can see, red's set up there. The normal setup, you have your ammo kind of peeking over, looking down that ramp on red side.
Cease fire! Cease
Just so you
fire!
can sit there and gain that angle on anyone coming up,
Earth
but you're
team
also
is
watching that
trailing
cubby,
by
which is your fallback point
960
if you
points.
get pushed down from the third floor. So, and again, you tuck your medic in that box there, so they're always protected. Didn't have their phaser up though, so that's always remember, kids, keep your phaser up. But yeah, that's kind of a rough thing there. But other than that, like
Missile away! Let's rock!
like game does seem to be going a little bit rough for green. Both of our 3 hits were out attacking pretty heavily, but they were getting shut down on that second floor. So the medic has also lost 5 lives, whereas Appletoss sitting that comfy cubby with the campfire, still sitting on 20 lives. Yeah, sorry, Rock. We were just saying hi.
Earth team is trailing
And
by
then
630 points.
Steve was saying something else, I believe,
Yeah.
but I didn't catch that front part.
I've tried to multitask, which is not one of my strongest suits.
It is okay, but yeah, I'll pick back up. So Manette lost 2 more lives, unfortunately. It does seem like green team is stuck on the second or on the first floor, excuse me, and red is in that prime second floor position.
Blown away!
They are still getting attacked, so you can kind of see the chaos ensuing right now.
Blown away! Let's rock!
But yeah, one thing that we know all too well, at least from the Detroit side of things, is you never want your heavy
Fire
that
team
low.
is ahead
So
by 5,000 points.
it is going to be a rough setting here for Disco Monkey in a second. But I expect Dill to probably like double drop and then head straight for the up, or he's going to get knocked out before the nuke.
Let's rock!
Highly unfortunate. But again, we kind of talked about it the first game. Dill having an excellent game. So you could kind of see him in some of those camera angles as they were switching by really quickly. The height advantage is there, and he definitely has that shot that's over those walls onto the second floor. So any team that plays them is going to have to deal with that. And then if Cody, if you're out there, take notes.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
Watch what Dill is doing.
Do it!
And Fun Beams take first. Metal Face is shaving his hair and his beard.
Points.
I will hold him to that. So.
Do it!
So yeah, Dill did drop those 2 nukes that really devastated the green team, unfortunately. Losing their heavy was bad enough, but losing really their team to those 2 nukes and being stuck like this, not a great situation. But again, it comes down to that the first like literal minute of the game, first 2 minutes of the game in this arena decides a lot of the middle gameplay of what's going to happen on the second floor. Can you break into the third? Can you hold third? Can you hold second? And if you get pushed down, if you're not regrouping quickly when you're on the first floor and getting set up in your spots, there's really only 2 spots on the first floor that you want to go to resupply. But again, those aren't something where you want to defend long term. You only want to be there for like 2 or 3 resubs, and then you're back at trying to take that ramp again. So
on current events, but we just got our asses kicked, pal.
it looks like it gave us the ramp and then gave us the back room or the
Yeah.
extra camera.
Camera feed.
Ooh, that was weird. Paused everything.
What's that?
I was DC'd from everything there for like 2 seconds.
Oh, really? That is.
Yeah,
good.
it was weird.
No bueno.
No bueno indeed.
Fury Epic, love my hat. Thank you. I actually, I just got it up. Just got it done today. Looks really nice. Come out pretty good. Apologies if I'm, if I'm a little scattered because I'm just trying to sort out how the stream looks. Why can't I see that? That's not what we're after. We're after that one.
Also, for that game, the matches didn't switch at the top. Or is that normal?
Nah, that's normal. That's something I've got to do. That's probably not going to happen for a little bit. Just while we sort these out. Really like this the soundtrack. If you want to listen to the soundtrack that we're listening to, it's actually made by Loveland's local John Calkins. Just search Calkins in Spotify. You can check out all the music that he's made. Pretty good. Alright, that's the second camera sorted, so we should have that one at least, which is nice.
You can still hear me okay, right?
Yeah, can still hear you.
Okay.
Do you know where the fog machine is in the Loveland Arena?
Do I?
Yeah, one of the cameras they've got is called Fog, but I have no idea where that is.
That's not at the obelisk, is it?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. I did not play enough normal games there to figure out where the fog machine was.
By the way, if Sunbeams take first, Metalface is shaving his hair and his beard. Oh, that's epic. That is epic.
Yeah, I told him I'd hold him to that. We want that live stream on the resupply.
Hell yeah. I've done that myself actually. The last haircut I got was on stream. If you aren't already, can you please give our channel, The Resupply, a follow? If you search for The Resupply on Twitch, all one word, that'll take you to The Resupply, where we do podcasts semi-weekly, based on our favorite form of laser tag, Space Marines. Whoever's put in that camera needs to something about that. Well, I think Josh is disconnected. You with us, Josh? Oh, they're swearing in the song. Didn't realize. Hopefully he comes back soon. What is... Guy next door is still hard to hear me? Oh, okay. I think it's because I keep moving my mic away, but if I bump that up to there, that should help. Has that helped a little bit? Are we cranking? 5x5. What is 5x5? I don't know what that means. Someone has hung a camera, but it's upside down. Right. Let's see if we can pan some of those cameras. Thanks, Beans. Could you also ask them to tilt tilt the Fortress camera up a smidge as well? So much better? Yeah. This is why we do practice, kids. Practice is important. Alright. That one sorted. Camera feed C. Let's have a look at what that looks like. I think the next game we got is St. George Sunbeams versus Syracuse. That's going to be interesting to see. Now Josh is having issues connecting. Michigan internet just is not up to par tonight. This is about as good as the water system. You know what I'm saying? That's alright. We've got a backup. We're gonna switch across to here. Boom. That's the backup.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Let's see.
Blown away. Missile away. Blown away.
Fire team is trailing by 5,000 points.
Watch your fire and check your targets. Do it, do it!
Wow, we've lost one of the cameras.
Blown away.
Kill the music. Kill the music.
Fire team is behind by 7,900 points.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
Earth team is leading by 8,300 points.
He's back in.
Again, I have no idea. But unfortunately, it looks like El Diablo was even in on a horrible game.
Oh no!
Maybe Cody took my advice and was like watching what Dill was doing. They would have been the refs that game, so maybe. But yeah, no idea what happened. Like, it froze here first, just for
Earth team is
troubleshooting
ahead by
reasons.
8,000
Froze here
points.
first. I was still in the normal LF stream.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully that does not happen while we're live, but we'll see. Stream LTE.
I might get you to just take over commentary. I'm gonna go mic off for a little while, just so I can concentrate on trying to fix these cameras. I'll be back.
Sounds good.
Do it.
All right, as with many times in my playing career, it is currently Team Solo Ray, or Sipes in at the moment.
Let's rock.
But yeah, Syracuse looking much better this time around. Their resupply, though, as you can see, have not been touched, which is crazy. So Jacko's still sitting at that full 20 lives. But again, El Diablo had a little bit of a rough game in the beginning. But again, like we kind of talked about, was New York just kind of getting the feel back in the arena. Syracuse's home arena is that one floor thing. We always talk about it every tournament they go to. The practice games, they look a little rough. It's just because they're looking in that extra direction. But once they get that kind of down packed, middle of the week, they should be set to go and then challenging some of these other teams, in that 3, 4, 5 spot. So looking forward to see more what they can do. Also looking forward to how they continue to adjust the lineup. So again, we were kind of talking about where Cody's going to be at with his height. Are they going to keep him in that commander spot and have Heavy be that, or Lenny be that pestering Heavy because he can get low on those walls? Or are they going to flip flop and have Cody be the tall Heavy and support, and then have Lenny go crazy as commander on those short walls? So still to be seen. I do expect them to keep Wookiee and Jackal at that resupply position. I think it works well. I know Syracuse might disagree with me a little bit on Jackal, but I definitely like Jackal's playstyle in this arena because it is a very unique arena where you want it to be quick. You want your medic to be able to get out of there as fast as possible and dart across the arena in 5 seconds. So, or down the ramps. But great game from them here this time, kind of shoring up some of those inconsistencies we saw when they were playing against Cedar. But again, we expect this from kind of these teams in those lower half of the bracket. So we'll say like that 4 through 8 spot, maybe even that 3 through 8 spot of how they're going to adapt and play against the other teams. So, but great job, Syracuse. And then El Diablo, I know you got out really early in the game, but don't sweat it. It happens. Sometimes you just can't get back. Early nuke goes off, and you're just like, well, heading for the airlock. And then for those of you that might be in the chat with us, Steve is working on a couple things behind the scenes. So he is still here. He is still hanging out with us. He can still hear us. But if you do need anything for him, if anything else goes wrong, he'll pop in. But we do have the disclaimer. This is Stream LTE currently, as we work through all the bugs and things happening with me getting kicked, the camera angles splitting differently, sounds playing every which way, and the Calkins playlist. So it's funny you say that, Baden. Is I honestly thought it was my internet until I was still in the stream, but I wasn't connected on the call with GND. So um, it is probably something to do with the internet as well, but we'll see. I do not have an update though on who is next, so it's a surprise for all of us of who the next two teams will be. Um, my guess is probably some of the traveling teams, so we probably won't see um, Loveland A to my knowledge tonight. I know like they are doing some stuff behind the scenes. Luke was helping Steve with a couple things. Um, can we get a game schedule posted to the Facebook page? Sure. I will message some people and get that over for you. We'll see who will respond to my text. But yeah, any one of us should be able to get that posted over to the tournament page. Oh, Beans is already on it. Look at that. So Beans, how hard is it to do all the things that you're doing with just one hand? No pun intended. Your team's doing great. But yeah, for both of you, Fairy and Chaser, if Beans isn't able to get it up, posted onto the site as he is currently working on a couple things, then I'll see what we can do. If not, I'll see if I can get a copy, um, and then get it over to the players so they can provide it to you. But we should have something posted by the end of practice. If not, a little bit later than that, but should be able to get it over to you. All right, let's see here. As Steve though is also doing some things, I'm also rearranging a couple things, so making sure nothing catastrophic happens again. Beans, I know you're still in the chat. How long is practice going till your time there, Mountain Time?
Pre-launch autocycle engaged.
Gotcha. Okay.
Stand by 10 seconds.
We're on express elevator to hell. Going down.
2, 1.
All right. So we do have our next match in. So we have our
Earth team has taken the
East
lead.
Coast Detroit City Motor City hybrid team. Going against California team. So technically California Inner Peace. Playing against really the Detroit hybrid team. So Cali still sticking with that same lineup here. So they're probably practicing their actual lineup here, just kind of filling out things, getting accustomed to the arena again. But Dill sticking in that commander spot is going to definitely cause havoc for people, as we kind of talked about the height advantage that he does have in that arena. And then Detroit Motor City still kind of switching everything up. So they are rotating kind of through the positions. Just kind of seeing what works, what doesn't, getting a feel for everything. And then again, learning the arena, because Loveland does have this unique setup with the second and third floor of learning all those kind of angles where you can get shot from. And again, the beginning of the match is so crucial, really, for both teams to get set up and then take your spots of where you need to be. But it looks semi like a stalemate. They're just kind of battling back and forth currently. Medic lives are relatively the same, 17-16. But Green going for that early nuke to keep that pressure on.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
I look really for Red at this point if they can regroup to regroup. If not, Nuke can regroup.
Earth
But
team is leading by
it is
3,100
challenging
points.
in this arena, whereas if you're playing and your resupply gets split off like a push like that or an early nuke, it does make it pretty difficult to kind of regroup on that first floor. We kind of talked about, and my personal opinion, disclaimer, there's really only 2 spots on the first floor where you can fall back to. Anything else is a death trap. You're getting shot from upstairs, from pretty much the perimeter around the arena, and then in the middle where the obelisk is, are no-go zones. You want to go underneath everything to the 2 spots to kind of set back up, regroup, get a couple resupplies, and then go back to assaulting the ramp where the other team is not. But live strikes wise, it is sitting at 13-16 for 16 for Lizzie. Commander wise, still doing, it looks like the double nuke strat here. He did go back to resupply. He does have that nuke in the pocket, probably just waiting for the right time. For Green, it's really just like keeping your setup, because you did use that early nuke, that you don't have something to alleviate the pressure when Red does start to press the gas a little bit.
Fire team has taken the lead.
Watch your fire and check your target.
Another kind of piece here. It does really, I'd say, affect the gameplay a little bit. So like, Green is trailing, and they do have a ton of bases. So it does show you like there is a bit of a scoring discrepancy there, where you see like the team that does get pushed down early, often they'd go try to get bases. It does help, like obviously your commander, if he can get 1 or 2 to help get that quick nuke. Josiah's a really, really good example of like, if things go bad, he instantly gets the nuke and then kind of shoots back upstairs. He won't always usually use it, but he does do that quick nuke where if he gets the 30 specials, he will hit both bases and just kind of double nuke, especially if you're struggling. But Green does look like they kind of got cut off. Stu is definitely separated from the medic, which is not what you want to be, and it appears that they are running around on the first floor. So probably expect an elim here pretty shortly.
All right, we've got 7 canisters of CN20. I said we roll them in there.
He's trying to nuke to kind of get the pressure off, but I mean, the damage pretty much been done at that point. You do have your medic at 6. I mean, Applesauce is at 8,
Earth
but
team has taken the lead.
again, some of those
Party
points from the
time.
missiles,
Do
from the
it.
base, Dill is still in a pretty good position to kind of get that third nuke off to set the game up for, you know, an easy Elam for red.
Fire team has taken the lead.
Does look like the commander is struggling with shots a little bit. I know Stu was down to 1 life. He was kind of running around. He was separated from the medic, but in these situations, like I know Motor City, they are kind of a hybrid team, so it's really getting used to how your teammates play and really their play style. It is going to have to be that situation where you do have that 2-point fallback spot, but also like you saw there where they were up for like 45 seconds not shooting each other. That's kind of another kind of issue because now you'll get into a point where your commander's almost full
Fire
lives,
team
no
is
shots,
leading
running
by
around for
1100
5.5 minutes in the game. It's not going to be fun. But in those instances, you do have to take that resupply, even if like you're in that low spot on the first ground, on the first
Missile
floor,
away.
under the ramps, like getting those extra sets of lives for the ammo does make all the difference. And trying to, you know, at least stave off the
Let's
Elam.
rock.
Do it.
And if you are
I
joining
needed
us,
that.
Steve-O is working on a couple things. So he is working behind the scenes. He can hear us, so if you have questions, let him know. But he's just hanging out while he figures everything out. And then you're stuck with Team Solo Ray here for a little bit. But then I did see that Cody in the chat. It was a much better game. We have been talking about your situation, kind of like
Switching to
where we would
full
put you
auto.
at and where
Earth
you're
team
currently
is
at,
behind by
position
2600
wise with your
points.
height, and then kind of comparing it to Dill. So Dill is a
Switching to
very
full
good height player in Loveland's arena, to where like he does have that advantage. And it does benefit commanders that are like taller, but also commanders that are a little bit shorter, where you can get under those walls. It does definitely help in attacking both sides of the ramp, both Fortress and Cubby.
Do it.
Motor City team, again, kind of rough. It is a little bit harder. They did use that early nuke, so they did nuke first to kind of like keep that pressure off, but they kind of got stuck. Their resupply got split downstairs, and then Dill launched that well-timed nuke, so it did kind of
Earth team is
throw
trailing by
everything into for a wrench for
8,200
Motor
points.
City. But I definitely do like what Strickfoot was doing in the beginning of the game, getting that early nuke and then choosing to use it to kind of get the pressure off. But once the pressure's off, you do have to prioritize resupply. Like you have to get your players resupply if you're using a nuke like that.
Do it. Do it.
In this type of
Fire
situation,
team is
I mean,
leading
at
by
least the heavy has
14,000
shots, but
points.
it's still never great for the commander to be 27 lives and no shots, and then you're just kind of running around constantly. But in those situations, though, like
Missile
avoiding
away.
that 10k Elam bonus, could be the play, but because the medic got knocked out so early, around 10, 12 minutes, it is definitely difficult in Loveland's arena to kind of live that whole time frame, given you can see the entire arena from the second floor, pretty much eyesight wise, and then being able to shoot probably 65% of the downstairs from the second floor. So there's not a lot of hiding spots that's going to be left for him. Doing the best they can, though, given their situation. But
points.
if he would have had shots, he could have took a couple more. I definitely think that they probably could have set up and held for a little bit. Dill is sitting on that nuke, though, so that would have made things difficult. But it's just taking those shots and lives at those crucial points in the game where they were kind of split up, or like the resupply wasn't shooting anyone when they were downstairs. Those extra sets and lives and shots go a long way. But great job to Cali, though. Like, we continue to see them play this lineup and continue to get better. I know Dill had a little bit of a smaller or slower start to this game and kind of a smaller impact of the game, but definitely Kadama picking up kind of some of that slack, and then Sweets picking up some of the scout cleanup with that 8-6 score with that one penalty. But again, 0-point penalties, so looking for that 8-6 score.
How you doing there, Scythe?
Team solo raying it up. It's great.
See, ladies and gentlemen, this is how a professional does it.
But no, like the game was great. Like, I definitely like what Cali's doing. They, like Dill, like I just got done saying, did have a little bit of a slower start, but Kadama cleaning up, and then Sweets cleaning up kind of that scout like second floor nonsense that happens every now and then. But Boulder City, they had a really good start. They used that early nuke to kind of like push Red back, and Red was a little bit lower, but they just didn't resupply efficiently after that push, where they had their medic and ammo not shooting anyone for about 40 seconds. That's never great, especially when a lot of your team is a single digit lives or single digit shots. So
yeah.
A rough game to be sure, but again, they're still floating positions around. You'll notice that Reyes moved back to scout, Strickfo went in for commander, Blackout went to heavy, so still kind of feeling things out. I do expect them to get better as the week goes on. And then again, that 4 through 8 kind of situation, you're going to have those teams kind of battling it out. A lot of the games are going to come down to points, elims. Can you squeak that 2-point deficit, and take that 4-2 of really split that you want, especially if you get elim one game. You do want to try to take at least one game off, so you're not getting 6-0'd constantly and stuck playing a top tier team in the break.
Still doing battle with these cameras.
No worries.
They might.
But like Cody.
Oh no, you go.
Go ahead.
All you. It's all you, buddy. It's all you.
I was gonna say before you joined, I was propping out New York for definitely a much better game. Kind of talking about the Cody situation, we were comparing him to Dill, like how are they going to use the tall commander versus the hey Evil, how's it going? Versus like the short commanders. So again, we kind of talked about this in the precast before the game started streaming. If you're like a medium guy and you're kind of in the middle, this arena is going to be tough for you because favor taller or shorter players depending on how you're attacking the ramp. So if you're quick, agile, and get low, it's great for players that can do that on those ramps where you can sneak up or like book it like crazy. But the tall players do have access to different shots that the shorter players don't have, that do offer a better strategic advantage when you're shooting to cubby or you're shooting to fortress from 2. It definitely does help out with the height.
Lucky jerks.
Right. But yeah, I for one was always for the low ramps. So getting as low as possible, shooting up that ramp, kills your legs, but it's a good workout.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm still excited. I know a few people know like kind of where I rated some of the teams, but still excited to see what Syracuse can do, what Motor City can do. Obviously, a little bit of an East Coast bias. I definitely I'm looking forward to like the Cali games versus both Cedar and Loveland, and then same thing seeing the Cedar games versus the Loveland games. So these high profile like 1 through 3 matches, I think, of where the teams will be at. But I also definitely think Syracuse can kind of sneak in there, probably in that 4 spot. Losing Beans was tough, but I definitely think as the week goes on, they'll shore things up, and then we'll start pushing these other teams, especially if they can get their lineup to where they are really firing on all cylinders. And again, Jackal, I know like they've been giving him crap in the chat, but Jackal's playstyle is really, really, really good for this arena. So it is good to have that medic that's quick, agile, and get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Um,
Much like a
when
King
things are
brother,
going
maybe.
sideways. Oh yes. Oh, shout out to the King brothers.
Shout out King brothers.
Yeah, for sidetrack story here in 2014, I idolized the way that 2K played Helm. He was my favorite scout. I
Yeah.
learned so much from him playing that position, like being efficient. Like he's going the whole game on like 4 resupplies, like just holding the one spot,
Yeah.
not eating missiles. Like, shout out King Brothers, but
That's like true do your job kind of Laserforce play. It's great.
yeah, it's like that the scout that you want as a stationary, like hold this effing point. You're not getting backup, but I need you to stay here type deal.
Yeah.
And I try to teach that in Detroit because the back corner is that spot where you want like I would want 2K to sit in back corner and watch him just score 8,000, 9,000 points.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade.
All right, we're gonna switch gears here. So we have another game. We do have Cedar. Looks like taking on the LAPD. No pun intended there, but
Earth team has taken the lead.
Cedar is still running their main, at least what we think will be their main lineup. Kind of getting a feel for everything, and then LAPD is switching up a little bit. So they do have Manette and Odom at Resupply where I thought they were going to be. They swapped Disco to Commander. Then they have Odin as Heavy. So again, Odin in this arena, like I was talking to Luke about, like Odin is really going to be the benefactor of like how far this team can go with this play. So if he can get set up on the 3rd floor, if he can get set up on 2 and really cause havoc for other commanders and Heavy, it's going to open the game for like Snowflake and Disco if they're playing Commander to be able to break in easier. And Odin can definitely do it. Like I've played on hybrid teams with him. We've played for Team USA. We played like random draw and stuff. So he definitely has the skill to do it. So I am looking for Odin to be like the main linchpin of how far this team can go, and then really can he hold those points against the stronger teams like this going against Cedar? Can he hold Slaughter and really Snuffles to confine them into an area where he can dictate the flow of the game versus them, at will doing whatever they want.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
So we've got a couple of cameras cranking now.
Took him out with a heat seeker.
Yep.
Still the switchback ramp, and then we can also see what's going on in the chamber, which is on the 3rd floor, the main kind of resupply point, I guess, of the maze. Oh, no, it's gone.
The cubby of the cubby that you want. It's basically the cubby in New York, only on a 3rd floor rather than an exit door.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, green definitely force red downstairs, and then the nuke comes. It is going to be
Earth team is
extremely
ahead
tough
by
for red to like regroup from
5,400
this,
points.
because green also has the player downstairs as you want, to kind of like keep that pressure on after the nuke drops. Unfortunately, Disco down again without getting that nuke off, so pretty quick game for Cedar altogether. But with red though, like the start was good. Like they held off, as they could, but it's really, you have to play that two-angled approach with team area experience in this arena, which is holding that second floor while not giving up the third floor. So it's that gamble of how many are you sending up, how many are you sending across, but also like getting lucky enough to be able to get both 3 hits down. Odin was able to get both down, but unfortunately his team couldn't capitalize on pushing them back to their ramp, and even more so potentially pushing them downstairs.
Earth team
So
is leading by 4,800 points.
a bit of a rough game for LAPD, but I do like what the setup is. I definitely think this is probably going to be one of their lineups. The other thing I would say is swapping Snowflake and Disco, but or swapping Odin to Commander and having Disco kind of be that tank heavy, where he's just sitting in front of the resupply, kind of guarding that cubby. But also for those teams that are inexperienced of like how to send their team upstairs, definitely getting used to like leaving your resupply on that ramp, like leaving them up, like on that first ramp going up, as you can see here, leaving your team on that first ramp and having 4 go upstairs or 4 go middle, 2 go up, 2 go middle. It does definitely help from flanks. It does help from getting caught,
Earth team
off
is
guard.
ahead by 9,300 points.
But as you can see here, Cedar just really just taking care of business, cleaning up house, checking all the boxes from each position where they want.
Hopefully those cameras hold out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, we will
Hopefully.
see. That's cool. Some good views of the maze at these angles.
Yep.
Yeah, I do like that you can kind of see the full ramps.
Yep.
There is another angle which hopefully will work eventually when I set it up.
Fire team is behind by 18,000 points.
I think what we'll do is we'll switch across to here. Kind of see both ramps here.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely think having the ramps and having the cubby, it lets you tell like, hey, which team's doing what. It's definitely like the 3 key areas is like the fallback point for obviously the one resupply is this cubby where the ref is. And if you're losing that spot, you're going all the way downstairs.
Yeah.
And then
Which
same for
sucks.
like the chamber. Yeah, it's a long way down, guys. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Even if you're quick, it's a long way down. Same with chamber here on the right side under GND and myself. Like holding that spot. If you lose that spot, you're going downstairs to the second floor to the cubby. If they're there, then some people say cut across and go to green ramp or red ramp, whatever Beans was calling it. But I myself was just like, hey, we're taking the trek. We've already lost 2 lives. We're taking the trek downstairs. We'll regroup at the bottom of the ramp and then get a couple resupplies in and go from there. Because the farther they chase you, the further they are from their resupply. So when they're going back, you can essentially set off a well-timed nuke and then, pull the opposite move on the other team of pushing them downstairs, and then you take the advantage, which in the last game they tried but failed, unfortunately. But to be expected when you're playing one of the top tier teams. So again, we have another game where like Disco died out early, El Diablo died out early. The one game he was kind of getting ping pong from what Cody was saying, but you don't want that to happen, boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not want that happening. Commander going out with 80 points is not great.
So if I switch across to here, this view will give us a view of all 4 cameras at once. Can't see our pretty faces, but I think you guys will survive.
Yep. And it does give us the opportunity to sneak a Big Mac in with these 4 cameras active.
I got my chicken nuggets sitting right here.
Yep.
I think up next we've got Syracuse versus the Sunbeams again. Sunbeams taking green someone's stealing a camera.
Uh-oh. No, we like that camera.
That's a good camera. What you doing? Freaking me out. Alright. Yeah, next up, St. George switched to green, and Syracuse taking the red side. Assuming that is all correct, hopefully Beans hasn't Beans hasn't led us astray again.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see. If the home sites are gonna get to play today. I know that in Brisbane, there was kind of a call for the home site to play a couple of games so that people could get used to playing. But I think the top teams have kind of already had a bit of a crack at the locals in the recent Mega Members nights, and
Okay.
I don't think it serves the lower ranked teams very much to kind of play those teams just yet.
Yeah.
I think getting in some meaningful reps rather than getting eliminated, even quicker. Yeah.
I definitely agree. I know the sentiment's always you want to play the best team to see how they play in their own arena. But even when we went those few times, it's well, I don't exactly want to play Loveland A first, right? And it's even when I was playing in 2015 and we were playing the practice games, it's well, we want to play, New York, we want to play Sacramento, we want to play the hybrid team. At the time, the St. George team, it's we want to play these teams just because hey, they're traveling too. What are they going to do differently that we're not doing?
Yeah.
Or what are we going to do differently that's working against them? Because the home team has probably seen every strat ran, so they know what you're going to do. You're going to smash it into the ground, and then you're never going to know if it's going to work against a third, fourth, fifth place team. So but again, if the home site team wants games and they're looking to play against another strong contender, I don't shy away from it. But if I was Syracuse playing, it's I want to play Motor City, I want to play
LAPD,
Sunbeams, LAPD. You could probably say maybe 5 nights in there, here and there, but I don't know if I would go.
I think 5 nights would
exactly
probably that they would stand to gain. It would be a good thing for them to be able to play some of these games, but it's not. Whenever these traveling teams, I know the traveling teams kind of take preference over the practice games. So, we'll see how we go. It looks like they're about ready to kick off. Let's watch from the scoreboard. A lot of this stuff we're kind of playing with how they kind of look throughout the week. I know that especially for Space Marines, having a larger scoreboard is usually the preference. So we'll see how we go. We might bring it down to the 2 camera setup and kind of run that. But it's all about testing today. Everything seems to be holding up okay at the moment. So we'll see what happens when they start the game. I don't know why I said that out loud. That's gonna go poorly.
Stream LTE.
Yeah, they have a 5th camera, which at this point I don't even want to entertain trying to add into the stream. But we will if we need to. Ugh.
Yeah, I think if the 5th camera is better than camera 3, the one that's looking down?
Yeah, that one is pointed too far down. It during the week we had it tilted up, so you could see more of the ramp
second
as
floor.
well. Yeah,
Gotcha.
it sort of overlooks. It's the top view of Fortress, so
Yep.
it's kind of set up so that you can see the red resupply trying to get set into there, but we'll see. I mean, at the moment, it's not very visually appealing because it's very dark in that corner, so we'll see how we get on. Yeah.
We just need a ref over there. He'll lighten the spot up.
Yeah. I mean, game's about to kick off. We'll see how we get on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. Chat, I hope you guys are doing good. It would be cool if the camera streams could alternate time to time instead of cutting others totally. If the camera streams could alternate time to time instead of cutting out others totally, in your opinion. I'm not too sure what you mean. Please clarify for me, Epic. Also, I can't remember what your IRL credentials are. There's always it always confuses me when Twitch names are different from code names.
There's nothing they can't handle.
You're gonna have to school me. Good look at Green Team coming up the ramps. Oh, that's really cool. Cool view.
Earth Fire Team has taken the lead.
Do it.
Green Team did have a little bit of a delay. Like that, it's definitely gonna. I mean, Red kind of pooped the bed there where they sent everyone going up third. But like Green having that
green ramp from behind.
Green.
Put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah, he did get that flank in, so we kind of talked about that. Like that flanking person, you send him back, can wreak havoc. Because Green was really slow getting up the ramp, but Red kind of really pooped the bed, going to third.
Green Team kind of
Cody
seemingly have set up in the closet pretty well.
Yep. Yeah, and then Cody's just kind of no man's land by himself, middle of the map.
Blown away.
I think he's trying to maybe like he should look to put pressure on going up to the third floor to the cubby or to closet, but I'm not sure he's got the pressure from the other side that he needs.
Yeah.
Especially if you have a look at the scores, like Jackal was
Earth Team is ahead by 2,200 points.
Not faring pretty well. He's trying to come up. He's trying to come up the red ramp.
Yeah, he did. They did swap it, so they did put Lenny to medic, which Lenny. If you don't know, Lenny loves his medic. But the arena does favor Jackal, but it's definitely like finding those shots in those positions.
Yeah. Good work by Crack.
As we see Cody try to get in on resupply there, but firmly shut down by El Diablo.
Team has taken the lead.
Do it.
So it seems the camera's on about a second delay from the actual ticker.
Yep.
But pretty good. Cody in there now, smashing the resupply into closet.
All right, we've got 7 canisters of CN20. So we roll them
And it looks like Jackal backing him up.
Yeah. Well-timed nuke to kind of relieve some of that pressure of the 3 hits getting in and doing work on the resupply.
Yeah, I did see El Diablo skedaddle out of there super quick, so you knew that's exactly what he was going to do. You see his resupply get hit.
Yeah. What's up, PogChamp?
I love it.
Fire team
yeah, like
is
both
ahead
teams
by
though, like
2,000
definitely,
points.
Getting low a little bit there in the battle, but Jackal definitely needs to find his medic.
Yeah.
But Cody doing what he needed to do. He got down to 4 lives, came back. He's taken 3 already, so he's definitely just gearing back up for that other, assault run.
Yeah, if he could get out and keep that pressure on whilst Jackal can get some resupply. I think maybe he stayed out a little bit too long and got caught out a little bit.
Switching to full auto.
But he's back as resupply now, getting resupplied, so that's good. Good work, Jackal.
Yeah, the thing I really like about Green though is like even though they haven't played this arena enough or like a lot, they are definitely doing everything they need to do in this cubby. So, the resupply, guns up, like it's not down, it's not pointing down. They have the 3-level resupply. So they had a dude kneeling down, they had the dude bending over, and they had a dude standing up. So, alleviates from, having to miss doubles or like you shoot the wrong person and then you mess your groove up. So they're playing like a veteran team in this, cubby play style. So I definitely love seeing that.
Missile away.
El Diablo is really impressing me. He's seemingly stepped up another level from competitions that I've seen prior.
Yep.
See red team coming up the green ramp, trying to maybe crack that third floor.
Yep.
Who's it is Cody, and I think it's
it's Jackal.
Evo with him.
Yep.
Jackal's there too.
Yeah, Jackal just missiled, crack, and then maybe a second. Nope, just reset.
Fire team is leading by
Cody steps in the way of Jackal there.
Yeah.
Trying to get those resets.
Oh, and they both go down for it.
No. That's unfortunate. They
the
that was a good flush. But good on green team for not panicking, retreating out to the fortress and managing to get back into the cubby.
Yep.
Although
then El Diablo, another like well-timed nuke. Like, even though his team's not hurting, like he knows that he pushed them all down to the second floor. So if you regroup on second, it's like you're pushing them back down to third or the first floor, and then you can have free reign at third.
Just float across that back wall and just pick people apart.
Yep.
That's another one that if you're very tall and you could see right across that second floor, it's such a massive advantage. Because the nuke from Cody. This is a great game.
It is. Cody, as you see, he nuked in the box because he knew that they were in Fortress. So he does have that angle. Again, his height. Taller players have this angle where they can shoot and the IR bleeds over the wall.
Yeah.
Nice shot from El Diablo, double tap him. So
I felt like the momentum was kind of in the favor of green team, but it seems to have switched a little bit. Red team managed to really put some pressure, and iMathis as the medic is now very, very low on lives.
Yep.
Which if green team can kind of get back, regroup a little bit, get a few resupplies in, they might be able to stave off an elim or even flip the pressure back on the other side. Jackal's way too low on lives.
Yep. He does play low unless he's playing medic. But again, New York's a little bit like that play style. You have to play low, whereas Loveland is like you don't want to get that low. You can get 9, 8 maybe, but when you start getting the realm of like 6, 5, 4, you risk getting double nuked. But again, El Diablo just nuked, so
Cody managed
Jackal
to
probably
kill
thinks he has like
Vulcan out with a well-timed missile. Great missile.
Yeah, I did see that.
All right. We've got 7 canisters of CN.
And it's giving him a
nuke
nuke
it gets
as
him
well,
to a nuke.
Yeah. You look at the score difference between Cody and the rest of the red team. Like that is a massive points difference, and actually it's the same thing for green team as well. Although, like Satters does have almost 4 grand with no bases, so it's a little less discrepancy there. But Cody's just doing work. Great job.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jackal kind of like stymied himself. He's sitting somewhere 2 lives trying to get back. Oh, he got the boost and he got resupply. So, but then those situations is heavy. It's like so rough because it's like the game. You're in the thick of it right now, and it's like you're sitting on 2 lives. You're like, where's my medic? Where's my resupply? Like I don't want to get knocked out.
It's so tense when you're or when you're resupply being flushed out somewhere and you've had a good attack, but you're you're sitting on like single digit lives and no idea where they are. Yeah, it can get pretty tense.
Yeah, I do like, again, Syracuse switching it up again, but I do like the keeping the Cody like in Commander. Again, I've mentioned it like 4 games now. It's like the tall players. We saw it there now that the cameras are all showing it. Like the tall player advantage of shooting to Fortress or shooting over to Cubby or shooting over to
full auto.
even to the top of red at that point. Like having those angles of being able to do that. Granted, he stepped in front of a missile and kind of got his team, smacked a little bit, but that play style though, it's like it is gonna come in handy for them against some of the better teams. Jackal's play style is good, but he also has to just be wary of the lives because he might not be able to recover as quickly playing against some of the other teams that.
If you get caught out, you've just put your team under pretty much an insurmountable amount of pressure. If your heavy dies out, or any position really, if you die out in the early game, it's almost impossible for your team to survive. I think in this maze.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you will get punished for it.
I do like the fact that Lenny kept trying to sneak up the ramp, which is hilarious to me. He went up and then went back down. He thought Cody was someone else, so he ran back down. But
you see it down the bottom right-hand corner, Cody leading out a big box, trying to get that shot into the fortress.
Yep.
Using that.
And then
height.
here, here again, it's like floating that second floor, and it's like. You're tall enough where you can see the angles. You're tall enough where you can see like the light bleed or the IR bleed over the walls.
Yeah.
But something that Green's doing good here is using the walls to their advantage of shooting to the second floor. Unfortunately, one person going down does give Red the signal. It's like, hey, they're up there.
Seeing these cameras giving Glader 2015 flashbacks.
Yeah. My bad, Glader.
So they killed the medic out. Mathis managed to stay in this game much longer than I thought he was going to, sitting on 4 lives.
Yeah, they definitely pulled back a little bit.
Yeah.
I think. But it's also like the learning the nerves and stuff, because again, if you're an individual player and you're looking down, you don't see your teammates, you're like, I'm at 4 lives.
Yeah.
You kind of step off the gas a little bit, and you're like, all right, I'm going to hang back here until I can get some resup in.
Yeah. Just for all of you who are used to the way the newer scoreboards run, just remember this is the old scoreboard. It doesn't flip depending on the lead, so just pay attention to the total scores rather than looking for that visual cue of the scoreboards flipping. Stupid flippy ass scoreboards. Jackal being killed out.
The entire site from orbit.
Yeah, that's rough.
He would have been gone anyway with that nuke, but
yep.
Again, in this kind of situation, you'd want him to last this game. You want him to see out the end of the game, but his team being almost 10 grand up is enough of a lead that nobody should be getting elimed here with less than 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, barring some crazy thing happening with the commanders, getting another nuke.
Yeah.
And totally farming the other 3 hits. But I do like, again, you kind of touched on early the last game that the Sums memes were in. I really like their positioning. I also really like, early in this game they were set up properly in the cubby. And El Diablo, again, playing that midfield attack style that I remember him playing from my interactions with him. It is suiting him really well in this Loveland Arena because it does cater to commanders that float that second floor and then up third, back down to second. You can see here where he's putting up points. He doesn't have a lot of support, but he's right there with Cody. So definitely doing what he needs to do. It does hurt that, you did have a couple of people healing without their bases, but
it's tough in this arena with the unless you're in a dominant position, it's hard to get those base runs in. It kind of almost seems like you have to kind of rely on those those elims to get awarded the bases rather than go for the base runs, which I feel that's kind of the Detroit style of base run as well.
I hate like I was telling my team in 2019. I was like, I hate the way all the teams are playing like to get the bases the way they get them. I'm just like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
I'll be reffing and be like, guys, no one's around you right now. I just want to like
Fire
whisper to
team
them,
is
go get the
leading by
bases.
Yeah.
Like, don't waste the nuke.
1,700 points.
Go get the bases. No one's around.
Yeah.
And it's
Greg managed
like
to
our
get
team
one.
plays.
60 seconds until extraction.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, our team plays it, and it's just like, Ghost will go off by himself, go get the base, then, Stu will go off by himself, go get the base, the scouts will randomly circle over and get the base, and
Yeah.
everyone else is just like, nuke, go get the bases.
Glad it's the lack of generated images that's thrown you out. It is a shame that we don't have a good midpoint. The old scoreboard is definitely better for streaming purposes when it comes to kind of breaking it up like it is at the moment. I can kind of split it out. But you do miss, some of the other good nuke there by Cody. You do miss some of the other stuff. Well, hopefully El Diablo can get a couple of. He doesn't have enough shots. Oh, no.
He double shot Fox. He shot Fox twice. He wasted 2 shots on Fox. Yeah.
7,100
So
points.
he would have had just enough if he would have only shot
5
Fox
seconds
once.
Yeah, right.
Until extraction. 4,
Uh,
3, 2, 1.
But yeah, I'm definitely
Mission
gonna
complete.
look forward to
Okay.
some more of these Sunbeam Syracuse games because
That
this
was
was definitely
awesome.
entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, well, I mean, it's maybe a little bit too early to tell, but I think just on the initial view, looking at kind of where those teams match up, maybe they're closer in their expectations. I think St. George are performing a little better than maybe I was expecting. Syracuse a little worse, but again, it's practice night. As they get used to it, we'll see how we roll. Really quickly, I wanna just try one of the features that we got cranking for for this year's Nat. So we talked a lot about El Diablo. Let's get to know the player a little bit better, shall we?
Sure. I felt
I'm Marcus, my in-game codename is El Diablo, and I'm playing for the St. George Sunbeams. I like the competitive nature of tournaments, and I like to travel and see old friends. I like playing laser tag because it requires a certain level of fitness, requires a lot of strategy, a lot of communication. I've been to 5 countries playing tournaments, so I like all style tournaments, like especially Space Marines. My goal this tournament is to have a lot of fun, see my team improve, especially the newer players, improve myself. Since I've played in so many places, and we are playing in a slightly different style in Europe, expect the unexpected.
Darkwave.
Pretty cool.
definitely yeah, pretty cool. Definitely the expect the unexpected there because he is definitely showing up in the practice games of showcasing that style, but also for those that haven't played against El Diablo, he does have a very unique movement style of when he does come around the corner. And then same thing when he goes through the arena, when he backtracks. He's always looking for that flank. So there are a couple players that definitely reminds me of a couple Australian players, a few players here in the States, but he definitely has that style that reminds me of being able to play mind games with the other players.
Yeah.
Of just like, hey, you think you're going to go this way, and they actually just come back around from the same spot. But
what I think is really good is that it's almost at the point now where he doesn't have to worry about the rule set. I think when he started playing in the scene, that was his major focus. Hey, I've got to make sure that I'm not shielding. Just getting used to these kind of things. He's not worrying about that anymore, which is awesome. So he's able to just naturally do that stuff, which means he can focus on the things that he needs to do. Frosthammer, thank you for the follow, boys. Really love. Let's turn that down a smidge. Yeah, we've got some fancy stuff this year, which I'm very happy about. I won't sort of share everything that we've got going on just yet. We'll save some of that stuff for the week, hopefully. I mean, it might not work, so maybe we should test it. Frostemmer, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you. Nice to see you, bro. See ya. Right. We've got teams in. The next team... In fact, I want to test this thing. Let's test this real quick. Coming up next, let's have a look at the next matchup. We have Motor City Mutts versus California Inner Peace. Good matchup. I think California Inner Peace should have this one. Have we seen these two teams line up just yet?
I don't believe so. No.
It'll be interesting to see. Dude, we've been singing the absolute praises of Kodama over the last couple of weeks. The progress that he's shown has been incredible over the last couple of years. Maybe pushing a certain co-host for title of US GOAT. maybe not GOAT. Maybe top US player. He's certainly doing work the last couple of years.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Like, there's a few tendencies that I would like to see him break, but he's definitely like moving towards that tier of upper echelon players. I know, like, if I could get some more of my players to travel more, outside of myself and a few of the people here pictured on Motor City Mutts, I definitely think like seeing us play like Detroit's play style would definitely benefit Kodama a lot. I know we've had conversations with him. You talk about play style, talk about things that we notice in the game and how we read the game state and stuff, but he's at the point now where like he's comfortable enough with his play style, and really it's just things that you don't necessarily notice where you fall into trends and you just get stuck kind of in that rut of like, how do I continue to increase? How do I continue to get better?
Yeah. That's good. We missed the start of the game, but that's okay. It looks like they're restarting.
Yep. They were missing an ammo. So some
get them out early,
there,
kids. Get those shenanigans out early.
But yeah, I definitely think that, you know, in the top tier of players that are on the US side, I definitely think you have to put Kodama up there. I know, like, for a while there, like, it was only a couple names kind of at the top, but I think now as you kind of have the changing of the guard, I would call it, I definitely think he's in the conversation, you know, in the upper echelon of US players. It looks like we have a good start this time.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Have we got the scoreboard? Is it working?
We do not.
That's annoying.
Fire team has taken the lead. Earth team has taken the lead.
Well, bear with us while we try and get the scoreboard back. That's really interesting. I wonder if that was due to the reload.
The restart? Yeah, that might be... Might have to add that to the list of things.
Yeah, we need the scoreboard. That's the one major thing. That's
disclaimer. Stream LTE. We're gonna say it all night, kids.
Yeah, bear with us. WTB live scoreboard updates. There we go. It's kicked back in. It might take. We're gonna, you know, this is the first time we've tried to be real fancy, so this is definitely gonna be teething issues, probably all week. Just bear with us.
Earth team
it's gonna be like Sammy, aka SKR, teething issues currently. You're just drooling everywhere.
Yeah. Ceasefire! It looks like Motor City Mutts have Strickville on their team. Fan must not be.
They had that last game too.
Yeah. Who's that hiding into a big box there? That's DK. DK doing some work. Takes down Rare.
Green going with an unusual setup and not going into the box.
Missile away.
It's working in their favor though. Like
Yeah.
Dan popping out, and getting that shot.
That is interesting, having red kind of split between chamber and they were all kind of in the fortress.
Yeah.
Team is leading by 3,600
You're right. That is a
points.
really interesting setup.
And I
Right.
think it definitely did kind of hurt them when Green figured out what they were doing, because
Yeah.
now you're stuck. Green has the whole second floor. You have nowhere to go,
Mm.
so you're going all the way down to first, unfortunately.
Ooh, old man Than getting in some work.
Missile away.
Get it done,
Missile
old
away.
man.
Blown away. Party time.
Who's he in the resupply with? Oh, AppSource. Of course.
Yep.
So I haven't
Party
seen
time.
where Red
Earth
Team
team
have
is
gone.
leading
Are
by
they downstairs? Are they
5,500
holding
points.
downstairs somewhere?
Yeah, they went back down. It looks like,
Cease
judging
fire!
from where
Cease
Green was
fire!
going downstairs, they're behind the obelisk, which is not where you want to be.
Right. That's where the
Because
fifth
again,
gamer
it's
is, actually.
open. Yeah, it's open. As you can see, Than is looking down to where they're at, because that's where obelisk is, right under where Than is on the fortress side. But regrouping as a resup, you do not want to go there. And then
Right.
Red obviously has traversed a great deal of arena over here, and they keep getting ping-ponged. So
Yeah. Well, the Rayas attacking from that fortress area upstairs, so seems to be who's up there with her? Maybe a little bit.
a little bit, yeah, a little bit
Team
was
is
with
leading
her.
by 10,000 points.
Oh, it must be Azra. So yeah, the kind of attacking, the attacking three upstairs in the fortress, trying to put some pressure in on the chamber, but they're getting kept at bay at the moment from old man Than and Sweets doing work.
Yeah, it's definitely like that shot though, like down to Cubby from Fortress is such a difficult shot when you're coming around the corner, because it's an incline, so you do have to aim a little bit higher than what you're used to. They're not on the same like parallel ramp that you're on.
And people coming in from each side, that gap is very tight, but it's wide enough for you to actually have to kind of really move the angle of your phaser. So,
Yep.
Oh, good.
It's also rough when you're
Is leading by 8,900
Oh yeah,
points.
kind of take the pressure off. But it's also kind of bad is a lot of players you'll see, like DK did it once, but he wasn't punished for it. It's like when you come around that corner, your phaser is above the wall. People from the second floor can shoot your phaser.
Yeah.
And if you're a heavier commander, you don't want to be in that position.
Yeah.
Where you
exactly
go down
right.
like that next to a resupply, and you're like, ah, crap.
Grady, keen to see how the structural changes to tournaments will play out this year. Please elaborate. I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean? Also, it looks like they might be going a little late tonight with their practice. They had talked about finishing up at around midnight local time, but that was 15 minutes ago. So we'll see how many more games that they have left to play. We will start tomorrow morning, day one.
Fire team is
Well,
trailing
tomorrow
by
morning for us, tomorrow
9,100
night
points.
for anyone US bound, but local time they start at 4 p.m. Mountain time, which for us Southern Hemispherians, that's about 10 a.m. New Zealand time, so about 8 a.m. Australian time. You know, whatever time zone you live in, figure it out from there. What's the difference between there and you?
It's only 2 hours.
Oh, okay, sweet.
So it's like 2:15 a.m. here, so it's 12:15 a.m. in London.
Goodness me! So you're gonna be awake for days.
Yeah. Definitely.
Remember to hydrate, kids. Get your liquid death.
Right.
Boy, I like seeing Than
Fire team is
in a
trailing by
Laserforce vest.
10,000
I know
points.
he was gutted as to miss last year's Nats, so he'll be feeling pretty keen to make a difference on his team this year.
Yeah, I felt the same pain missing last year. I was definitely 1000% in, like, before the news broke of SKR coming into the world.
Yeah.
But it was definitely it was hard to miss, but also at the same time, I'm definitely super happy for the West Coast team that was able to go over there and secure the victory.
Yeah, they did great.
I would have loved to see it be like an East-West final. I know the East Coast team had a little bit of a hiccup down the stretch of like things kind of falling apart.
Yeah.
Like
I
Cinderella
mean,
midnight happening.
Yeah.
Fire team is
we
behind
managed
by
to
14,000
pull
points.
our stuff together in finals, so it was right at the right time. Where's the Water Sucks channel points redemption? Not on this channel, baby. This ain't my house. I mean, compared. Oh, I see what you mean, Glader. Yeah. This should be interesting. Reffing 0-point penalties, round play adjustments, and no other people there.
Yeah, you could just say Sife's team. Sife's
Sife's team.
Sife's
Dark Side arc. My villain arc in 2015 as Micro and Ghost. Sometimes call it the villain
The ultimate
arc.
heel turn.
Yes.
Lizzie has been eliminated from the game. Red team have had a stack of pressure on them this entire game. Nate didn't really seem to be able to get comfortable anywhere. Set up a good resupply point. Unfortunately, a little bit is the last player standing on red team. Time for green team to go and mop up.
Do it.
Yeah, I did like what Callie was doing here, like towards the mid-game and later state of the game. They stopped going downstairs, so they kind of fished red into a false sense of security, of like, hey, maybe we can go back up, and then they were just kind of hemorrhaging lives on those ramps.
Yeah.
So, always remember, kids, if it looks like a trap, it probably is a trap. So. If you're coming up a ramp and you're like, man, this ramp is free, it's definitely not free. Someone is in the box waiting for you to come around.
They've made very quick work of Little Bit's 10 lives, down to 7
Fire team is
in the
behind
space of
by
about a minute.
21,000 points.
Yeah, it's like I was kind of touching on a couple games ago when you were doing the work. It's like on the second floor, you can shoot about 65% of downstairs.
Yeah.
You can see almost 90% of downstairs. So it's really hard to hide somewhere. It's really hard to avoid an elim when you're the last person left. Not a whole lot of places to go.
Nah, this is probably, like, at least with Brisbane. Brisbane is a big enough arena, although with the changes it definitely has gotten smaller. But you can get lost in that arena. This one is much harder, because pretty much if a resupply are tracking across that back passage between Fortress and Closet, they can see across that entire second floor and the third floor, obviously, which means everyone else can kind of focus their attention on pushing you around the floor. With a heavy maybe tracking across the second floor to lean over, especially if you've got a big 3-hit like Dill. Leaning over and getting those kills from above. It's tough, real tough. Get some music cranking, shall we? Oh, a little bit of Calkins. Real quick, because I think perhaps we will real quick take a look at one of our sponsors. So hopefully this works. Hang on a sec.
Deactivated. Go ahead.
Rapid fire activated. Payback available. Missile available. Rapid fire activated. Reset available.
Liquid Death. It'll make you awesome at Laserforce, probably. Make sure you stay hydrated, kids.
Always remember, kids, stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated. I'd be interested. I don't know if Beans you're around anywhere. If you could let us know how many more games you guys have on for the evening, that'd be amazing. Non-standard Laserforce equipment detected. What are you talking about? I always carry a can of Liquid Death with me in the arena.
I have a Camelback with Liquid Death in it. That's
Liquid
how
Death.
it powers my wormholes when I'm throwing them around the arena.
It powers my wormholes. I want a t-shirt that says that. Right, what else have we got cranking? So, I haven't got a updated team yet, so that's fine. I might give you access to that, maybe, and I don't know, I'll run all that stuff. I'll let you talk. I talk all the time on my channel. Okay. People are sick of my voice. I'm really looking forward. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The teams so far, just based on the practice nights, there's been a couple that have outperformed my expectations and a couple that have underperformed. What are your kind of thoughts so far on what you've seen tonight?
Same. Again, the elephant in the room, I know, you know, everyone kind of knows my stance on like the Syracuse situation, but I was looking for them to, you know, do the top 3 piece. But with Beans' injury, you know, that kind of pushes them down a little bit, but I am still really surprised with, you know, the past couple games they've had, even though they've switched around some of their positions, they've done really well. But for me, the standout really of the night is Sunbeams, like El Diablo doing work in multiple games, multiple teams he's gone up against, and it doesn't phase him. Like, he's playing against these names that have been around for a while, and he's just, you know, doing his own thing. So it's a true mark of like a great player and a champion. So I really want to see how they're going to play some of these teams in match play. And then I know we haven't seen the Loveland teams yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing 5 nights and see kind of how they do. I know it's always hard with the B team, so like the Detroit B team got a lot of flack of being a B team, but when you're playing against the A team all the time, the only thing you can do is learn.
Yep.
So I'm definitely excited to see what Loveland B can do as well.
You look how it worked out for them, you know. We talked about it actually on the podcast. Like, they spent months getting schooled by Detroit A, and then when it came time to the tournament, they weren't out of their depth. You know, they weren't seeing. They were playing the best team in at Nats. You know, obviously you guys won, so they put you guys squarely at the top. So. If you're able to at least learn some things from those games, it really puts you in a good standing against, you know, the other teams that are traveling that don't know the arena as well. And I hope it sounds to me like Loveland B have kind of had that baptism by fire, maybe less shouty fire. But yeah, I'm looking forward to their games, man. I can't wait to see what they can do during the week.
Yeah, the other piece that I'm looking forward to is California. Sorry, not California. The LAPD. So I know we kind of talked about it when they played, like seeing like Odin in that position where he's kind of like that leader position of. You're going to have to dictate, you know, the flow of the game, especially in the first minute or 2 in this arena. Like, it really dictates what your team can do and how far you can open the team up to be able to, A, support you, and B, score some points. But I do want to see like them as well and kind of take on some of these middle of the pack teams, and really see like what they can do. But I do really think they have to get Snowflake in
Fire team has
a
taken the
position where
lead.
he can be given the keys to kind of carry. I know we have them playing now versus Cedar City, so it doesn't look like they changed much. They did put Odin to heavy and Disco back to commander.
I like that lineup.
Yeah,
I really rate Odin's Fist as a defensive wall.
yep. And he's doing work on the second floor, as you can see. He's just, you know, looking back and forth, and then Disco went past him. But it is kind of a trap up there, like that false sense of security you kind of get. It's like, oh, we got it, and then it's like, oh, we don't got it, and now we got pushed downstairs.
Now we got pushed, yeah.
Yeah. And as you can see, that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so.
Cedar,
one of the best teams to do it.
Yeah, like Slaughtermelon's tactic of going to get those two quick bases and getting this quick nuke.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at that, all but the medic are down to single-digit lives. That's huge.
Yep.
And now you're.
But again, like.
You go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or you
go. I was gonna say, now you're in this position where you're stuck downstairs. There's one good resupply point, and you know red's coming.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, your resupplier now in that panic resup mode.
Yep.
Yeah. That was almost executed to perfection by Slaughtermelon. Like, we are less than 2 minutes in, and he's on, $5.5 grand. That is very, very quick scoring.
Behind by 7,400 points.
Yep. It's definitely that bait. Like, baited them in, let them think they had second, and then you saw her come up, take second easily, and then they had to go down the long way, down the ramp, so he gets those 2 missiles off. He has the 2 bases. He's on the second nuke 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah. And Cedar just
there's no coming
controlling
back
that
for that
whole second floor. That whole second and third floor is just. It's all Slaughtermelon and Snuffles in and out of the fortress, keeping those ramps under control.
Yeah, so if any of the other teams are listening, if it looks too good to be true, it is. There is a trap somewhere on the second floor. Do not fall for it. Unless you physically saw 5 people run down the ramp, there's 5 people waiting to shoot you as soon as you come across the middle of the second floor.
Trailing by 7,700 points.
Yeah, Oldham unfortunately is the first victim to be eliminated from that, quick nuke situation that happened. Couldn't get filled. Obviously, the panic resupply when it sets in as an ammo, you always have to remember you also need lives.
You've got to take, I've talked to so many people and they almost find that it's like more detrimental to lose the ammo early than is the medic. But I mean, losing one or both in this instance this early into the game, this is brutal.
Missile away.
Yeah, this hurts.
Yeah. But again, practice.
What?
We talk about practice.
Yep. It definitely is practice. I know we kind of touched on it. I think it was 2 games ago, but it's like the one thing that I would like to see. I know the teams want to play the top teams, and you want to see how they're doing things and where they're going and everything, but you learn more from playing like your par teams than you will learning against the team that's going to smash you into oblivion.
Yeah.
Because living 12 minutes, 15 minutes gives you way more sense of gameplay of like, how do you play the middle game? How are we going to recover versus we went downstairs and we never came back up.
Oh, I remember that. That was cool.
It's all fun and games till it's happening to you.
This might be a sub. Slaughtermelon missiling Disco there out of the game. Rough. Let's see if they can get the sub 5 minute Elam. That'd be pretty impressive. They're gonna get pretty
Yeah, it's a
close.
scout,
You
I
got 10
think.
seconds
I
to
say
get
we
the.
take off and nuke the entire
Ooh.
site.
Oh yeah, they got it.
There we go. Great work. 5-minute Elam. That's a good game. That's clinical by Cedar City.
Yep. But yeah, it all starts with that second floor, man. Like you send both 3 hits there, you get a good feeling, and then you're like, oh crap, we fell for it. We went in and we shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And at that point when they were in, it's like you have no good way to go. Like Caleb's getting those missiles off regardless. If you go down green, you're still getting missiled. If you're going down red, you're still getting missiled. So it's like a lose-lose in that situation. But you just got to read the game state and kind of slow down when you're turning that corner. It's like, yeah, I just killed 3 people, but you have to sit there and be patient because the resupply is somewhere. They're probably going to pick you off, and then you're going to eat a missile trying to get away. You know, it's just tough in those instances. You just kind of gotta slow it down when you're like in your head. You're like, I gotta get upstairs. I gotta get upstairs.
Yeah. We sort of preach that a little bit at home with some of our newer players. You know, just slowing the game down a beat. Like everything doesn't have to be frantic.
Yep.
It can be. You can take your time with stuff. So, yeah, like that. And I think that's what separates top players from the rest is knowing when to go, you know, balls to the wall, and when to kind of pull back and wait till things develop a little bit before you kind of lay the smack down.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely feel that being able to read the game state, especially as like in this arena as both heavy and commander. Heavy knowing that like, hey, I can send someone in, I can send a scout in because I took someone down. But also knowing like, hey, we have the advantage here, let's push it. As you saw with Cedar, like they knew instantly. They took both 3 hits down. They're like, yeah, you guys are eating missiles on the way down. Have fun. Yeah. Here's a nuke for you for your trouble.
Man, I couldn't believe how quickly Slaughtermelon got to like 30 special points. Like he was at 30 within 2 minutes. You know, that's fast.
Yeah, he came up the ramp, flanked both 3 hits, and then at that point. He got the double missile off. He already had the 10 points from the bases. So then it was just reset city.
Fish in a barrel.
Unfortunately. Yeah. Unfortunately for green team, it was fish in a barrel, reset city, whichever one. We'll go with Cedar City, reset city.
Yeah. So that's an exclamation mark and maybe even a warning shot towards the rest of the field, I think. Yeah, gonna have to be careful with this team especially. They've come to play, they've come to win. So their games versus Loveland A are they're gonna be interesting watch. Especially, you know, I don't actually know who Loveland kind of has in mind for their lineup. Who would you put as commander on their team?
Ooh.
Glade has already got PTSD from that game.
Yeah. You know, I think I'm still going Josiah as commander. I mean, he had a great showing last year in Auckland. He was messaging me constantly. I was trying to give him tips, and then, you know, unfortunately for him, the wheels were kind of like Cinderella, midnight, wheels were falling off. And then your team was just hitting the stride like, hey, we got our shit together. Let's smash these guys and move on. But I definitely think like he like assessing the game state differently now, like after the last few years where he's kind of seen more of like the top commanders play that midfield style versus that balls to the wall, like always in style that his arena is used to. But I'm looking at, you know, him as commander. I'm looking at Luke as heavy, and then I'm looking at probably Bromatize and some combination of the others as scout. Bromatize, I'm definitely sticking him on flank detail, holding second floor, because he knows all those angles. He uses it against us in 2022. He used it against us in you know, in past tournaments in Loveland. So I definitely think that's going to be a challenge for Cedar's scouts. I mean, Thunder's probably going to be, the most that sees them around, kind of as that floating scout walking around. But again, that home field advantage, the home angles, you just never know. Slaughter has that for himself going, but it's going to be a close game. I do think though, like when you pair it up and look at, two players that are newer, well not newer, but on this team for Cedar, I don't want to say it's their linchpin or their weak point, but I think that gives enough of an opening for Loveland A to take it. Maybe not off elims right away, but I definitely think they can get it on points here and there. But never count out Cedar, never count out Thunder, pulling a switch, the infamous switch in 2011 that we did that threw everyone off and putting me to heavy. Like those switches mess people up mentally when they happen. Like they just throw everything off, then you're switching your whole game plan last minute. So never count out Cedar City either. I definitely am looking forward to those games because I think they're going to be some top tier games.
Yeah, for sure. I actually don't know who's playing this game. I can see it looks. Who's that leaning against the wall? I can't tell. It might be Syracuse. That might be Cody.
Syracuse. I don't. Two people from Red walked by. I didn't see who they were though. They walked under Obelisk or by Obelisk, whatever that pathway is, in front of their Pharaoh, the giant Pharaoh that's in the arena.
Yeah, it's kind of the front of the arena.
Yeah.
If we can, it might be the wrong time to kind of do it, but let's quickly switch across to here. Oh, I didn't set this up that has you on the screen anyway. Oh, that's a shame. Let's have a look at this anyway.
Oh, that's okay. They don't need to see me. That's fine.
You'll be able to kind of explain a lot better than I can what's going on here. But if you have a look here across here, this gives you a good idea of the maze. This is the maze. I see a lot of teams.
The one thing you'll notice.
Yeah.
I'll just say the one thing you'll notice is like that second floor. You look, there's so many ways you can just look over and see, hey, what's going on the first floor? Where are they at on the first floor? Again, you can see about 90% of the first floor from the second floor, and then you can shoot about 65% of it legally as a normal size player. Taller players have a little bit more angle to be able to shoot freely. I would say they're probably like 75%, but.
If you have someone here,
give you a feel for it.
Big box, like just dominating this side of the arena, it makes such a huge difference. You see that last game, Snuffles floating across this back wall up here.
Yep.
Covering whatever's in Fortress, shooting whoever's coming up these ramps here, and then just making his presence felt across this back wall where he can shoot out across the second floor and really force the other team downstairs. I think what Caleb did in that last one, he had because what color were they? They were red team, so they've come across from red base, which the red starting area is all the way over here. They start in this back corridor over here, and he's run his way across I think across here to get blue, and then I think to maybe around here to get the neutral target, which is on this wall. Is it not? By the Pharaoh? I can't actually remember where neutral base is.
I thought it was in the middle. It might be the Pharaoh though. I can't remember.
Green base. Yeah, it's up against here on this wall here. So yeah, I mean, getting those quickly and then, putting pressure on those, on the opposition coming up this ramp and just picking them off is just brutal.
It definitely is.
It's a real shame that the cameras aren't clearing up. We'll go through, think of it like turbulence, kids. We'll go through periods of clarity in the cameras and periods where they're not so clear. But I think if we switch across to here, I think this camera is pretty good. We'll keep an eye on this ramp.
Stand
It's
by.
the
Army now.
it's the dial-up internet camera. Yeah, so a classic
team
East
has
Coast battle
taken the
here. We have
lead.
Motor City facing Syracuse. But you'll notice Red sent all 6 up right away. So they are looking kind of take Fortress, and it turned out to be a bad idea.
It turned out to be a bad idea.
Yeah, you don't like seeing that. So the medics already lost 3. Green's like camping there. Rhea is in the big box and like doing the lean over, shoot over to the cubby, but you know, if you went straight up to the top, Lenny didn't lose anything sitting on green ramp more than likely. And then Red lost 3 lives getting all the way up.
The camera's definitely struggling under the heavy load, but they did show basically all of the resupply up there in the fortress.
Yep. The bad thing again that I talked about is like when you lean over to take that shot in Fortress going down the long hall, if you don't have your gun low enough and you raise it up, the green, I can't tell who that is, Jackal, shot the medic twice just from that because her gun's just too high up. And you hate to lose lives like that.
Cody just leaning out across big box, being able to just shoot the IR of whoever's sitting there in Fortress.
Yep. And then now
evil.
here,
yeah,
they traded. So Red traded with Green at the top, but
Fire team is behind by 2,900 points.
at that point it's just rough. Like they should not have stayed up there. Ammo's probably gonna die out here. They're trying to fight back for it, but it's like at this point you should have called it, you know, right when we traded with both green. You wouldn't have took the missile going downstairs. But they're still trying to fight for it. And now, you know, your ammo's crit, nuke goes off, your ammo's out.
I'm gonna leave you to do the commentary in this one. I'm just gonna touch base with the home crew. Just check a couple of other stream stuff.
Sounds good. Evo though, holding on to that nuke, that would have been super well timed if he would have just pulled it early. Would have knocked Stu out for sure, but Red is regrouping, so even though they were running around frantically, they were able to reconnect and kind of get some more lives on Stu there, but they are in that low digit numbers, but also for Green, same situation. They're all floating around that low, you know, 10, 12 life threshold there. Ray's going to nuke first. It's going to knock Evil down to 6, Box down to 9, Ammo down to 10.
Missile away. Cease fire. Cease fire. Do it. Do it.
Stu's getting his spaces, so he is confirmed downstairs on the far side. So he is the opposite of where his team is at. See, again, they're battling for Fortress side. So
boosting.
Rhea looking for the reset. Didn't get it on anyone, but Evil still holding, or sorry, Cody's still holding those nukes, but Evil holding steady on those 3 lives, 2 lives, not getting down to 1. Not great. He's got to find Lenny quickly.
Fire team is leading by 6,000.
Lenny doesn't have bases, so he can't even boost for him, but he does find them for a reset or a resupply, so that's good. Score is pretty close. Rhea did drop that early nuke to kind of relieve some pressure. Evil holding, or Cody holding his nuke, sorry. Green does look like they are trying to hold third, while Red is trying to take second here by big box. A little bit is coming up the backside ramp. Cody was going downstairs, so I do believe green might be in cubby on second without seeing the camera. But Cody did come down from third floor to do that. A little bit in one of my favorite scout spots right there on that ramp, because you can shoot over to the cubby with people waiting to get resupplied in that cubby. They just stand out in the open and get picked off. So I definitely love that spot. You do need coverage from third floor, as you can see that she just got shot because of that. But same thing here, like that. Unless you're low enough, your IR is going to bleed over that ramp, so they're just going to keep resetting. The thing I don't like, though, is that even though, like, Stu is semi-full, they're trying to get the resupply back to Fortress, but they don't have anyone on 2. So, as you can see, Fox holding big box, Cody coming across 2. Red lost way more lives than they needed to, trying to hold that little portion, trying to get back to 3. And with that, Strickville gets knocked out, unfortunately. But again, we talked about the bait and switch in the Cedar City game. It's like New York definitely baited Detroit on that ramp and like, hey, it's fine, come on up, bring your whole team, and definitely paid for it. So we have a return new from Rhea, but it's going to be difficult for them to kind of get out of this game. Rhea can get some more shots. She might be able to live if they can get the medic past maybe the 5-minute mark. But again, the game sense is not great. Like, Red keeps trying to come up the same ramp, but you see all 3 green people here just picking them off. They would have been better off staying downstairs and just filling completely, especially with your heavy being out. But now that they're cornered in Fortress, it's not going to be a great time for them. They are going to try to go the long way, probably come back down the opposite ramp. But
1,100 points.
All right, we've got 7 canisters of CN20.
So
roll them in there and nerve gas the whole mess.
Cody dropping that nuke.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Team getting all the bases, pulling a classic Detroit base run here on the nuke. Steve-O's loving it. Classic Detroit base run. Pulled off by yours truly, New York, who has played enough games in Detroit to know not to do that. But yeah, green in full control of the game. A little kind of crazy moments there with Evil getting low on his lives, but he will tell you he knew exactly what he was doing, going down to 1 life. It was all part of the plan.
Missile away.
But for Motor City, it's really they were doing okay until they had that mishap where they were trying to take third, thinking that 2 was clear, and really 2 was just being baited by Syracuse. So they got outflanked by Fox and Cody, and then they hemorrhaged a ton of lives. And by the time they went downstairs, they got nuked and lost their heavy for that trouble. But again, any other teams watching, don't fall for the trap. If it looks too clear, it's definitely too clear. They're just waiting for you to kind of come in there and get trapped on that ramp and eat some missiles on the way down. So unless you physically see people going down and being stuck on 2, don't fall for the trap. It does look like green is in cleanup mode. They are doing the setup point, so usually in cleanup mode in the arena, you have a scout and an ammo, or scout medic, scout, on the floating between the ramps. And then you usually have the 3 hits downstairs, and you have someone just making sure they can't come up and just run circles on that 3rd floor or 2nd platform. You want to keep them on the 1st floor because, again, you can shoot about 65% of the area downstairs from the 2nd floor if you're on the shorter side. If you're on the taller side, you should probably shoot about 75%, but you can pretty much see anyone where they're at from the 2nd and 3rd floor. But Syracuse definitely does have this kind of locked in. Rhea may get a consolation nuke here, but she's going to have to contend with, all 6 players from Syracuse and make those shots count. I don't know if she'll be able to live long enough to get the nuke off though, but did see Lenny poking his head out in Fortress there, calling out that little bit ran up the ramp. Evil's coming to take her out.
Points.
So will she get the nuke off? She doesn't have any shots, so I'm just gonna chance it. And up, yeah, she gets it. 2 shots in. Still needed 1 more though, but
let's go. Right.
consolation nuke is a go. Yeah, bit of a rough game for Motor City. Like, it all came undone with that trap on the 2nd floor, but again, they are switching through the positions. They are kind of trying to figure things out, what they want to do. They do have Stu and Lizzie, it seems solidified at the moment for medic ammo, but those 2 major issues in that early middle game is really what cost them. They were doing fine. They were doing great. Rayo, had the good nuke to push them back, but they just got to shore up that middle game, and then they should be able to get through the whole game and not lose the heavy early. That's another kind of piece that had them fall apart. But good job on Syracuse for being able to use the bait and switch to their advantage in this game and get for the Elam.
It's a real shame that they won't be able to practice with Phantom today. I think that's going to be to their own detriment that they won't be able to get some reps in with her. It's a real shame, but you play the team that you have, I guess. Oh, also, who else are they missing?
You play the team that you're dealt. Hashtag 2015. Shout later.
Because Ezra's obviously also playing for them as well. Ezra being...
who are they missing? Oh, they're missing Blackout.
Was Blackout here earlier?
Yeah, he played first 2 games.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think. Right?
I think so.
I think it was 2 games.
I thought I remembered seeing their name at least once on a scoreboard at some point. Wow. Good games. Good games so far. We're only on practice. We're on practice games. Whoa, I love Nats, dude. It's
same.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
The FOMO is real, but definitely love the being able to watch, take a step back, not be stressed, not yelling at the team. What are you guys doing?
I felt more stress in the lead up to this Nats than any other Nats that I played. But now that we're kind of here, like, all of that's kind of dissipated, which is nice. Actually just jumping on the stream, stuff's not running like as smooth as we'd like, but it's not a big deal. The main thing is the scoreboard, and I mean, being able to run the commentary. Like, hopefully you guys will enjoy us for the entire week. It's gonna be a long week. We'll see. Someone named You Need 3 Eyes followed us earlier. That's awesome.
That's great.
Oh, that was hours ago. Never mind. 13 hours specifically. I wonder how many more games they're gonna do tonight. I mean, it's getting...
Green and red are suiting up. Yeah. I was the Delt team in 2015, nowhere near the level I am now. Like later.
Shadow Dagger, what's up, dude? How are you? Have you been playing? Where's your closest site now these days? Oh, I'm getting yellow lights.
Might be Loveland.
It might be. Maybe. Well, I assume it's like San Marcos, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot. They're still a thing.
That's still a thing, technically. I don't know. I've never been out there, so I hear nothing but good things.
I heard nothing but good things from Revolution from 2015 to 2017.
Why have they? So we've still got. I wonder if we can hear that.
So Lost Worlds LA. How's that? How's their arena? That's interesting.
Of course,
I
Lost
didn't know we
Worlds,
had
yeah.
I didn't know we had a Force arena in LA. That's crazy.
I think that's technically why LAPD are LAPD, because their closest site now, I think, is Lost Worlds.
Okay.
They've gone and had a couple of members nights out there. I think they ran pretty good. They've got like a members base, and I think they were keen to get amongst some Space Marines. So it's been good. It's been really good.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Why have they started those cameras again?
Uh-oh. Maybe they're troubleshooting.
Nah, they've got two other cameras that they've set up in the background, which one's a interview cam. We're going to try and run player interviews during the week, although these games we're getting through pretty quick. It's going to be hard to actually have a chat with somebody without, I'll show you the screen we've got set up. I kind of think maybe I should add the scoreboard to the screen so we can talk to people, and if it runs over, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, we can definitely probably try to do that.
Yeah, it's hard though. I think there's a new game starting.
There is, I think. Oh, there was. So, two of the teams that we said we wanted to see play. So,
Earth team has taken the lead.
Whoops.
Fire team has taken the lead.
My screen just went black. I can still see everything. Hopefully, you can still hear me.
We can. Yep.
Earth team
Okay.
has taken the lead.
But yeah, LAPD and Sunbeams, two of the teams that we were talking about that we wanted to see play, kind of see how they match up against each other.
Took him out with a heat seeker.
Does look like Red took a little bit more of the aggressive approach, and then Green took a little bit more cautious approach. As you see, Medic got shot once and instantly went down the ramp. They were not hanging around for any of that.
Do it!
Ooh, they fell for the trap. No, don't do it, guys. Oh no. They didn't stick around like Detroit did, though, so they did leave as soon as they got shot once, but that's kind of the ill fate that you fall into when you get pushed. They're trying to make a comeback up the other ramp now. They're just cycling between ramps, but
Cease fire! Cease fire! Blown away.
Cameras are very, very muddy.
Yeah, muddy and kind of jumpy, laggy.
Let's go back here.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
This is the best camera.
Yeah, old Diablo got split. He was trying to get resupply, realized his resupply wasn't upstairs. He might get elammed another game where he's negative 80 points. He got hit with shots, but not lives. That is rough.
Switching to
oof.
Oh, and he goes out. Damn.
Fire team is leading by
but yeah, rough series events,
7,100
same
points.
thing. They try to come up the ramp into the trap. There's 4 red people looking at you. They go to the opposite ramp. They can't get up. El Diablo thinks they're upstairs. He's waiting for him in the cubby. Then he realizes they're downstairs, so then he has to go back downstairs. Loses a bunch of lives and gets knocked out early, unfortunately.
It's so hard to get to get that communication going with that much distance between the teams, or between half the team to the other team. What's up, Smalley?
Do it!
Yeah, one thing I would say, like, to the teams, I'm probably gonna message a couple of them because on like this side here, where you're going up that last ramp to Fortress, underneath it, you can actually sit against the wall and see who's above you.
Mm.
So you can like look up and be like, hey, no one's actually up there. Okay, now it's safe to go up the ramp. Versus like just
Fire
running up
team
the
is
ramp
leading
like they
by
did, and then they
11,000
got
points.
shot. 3 people already up there.
Yeah.
But it's just those little nuanced things that you learn from playing in the arena multiple times. You see kind of 18 players do it when they're flanking on the opposite ramp. But I definitely do like what they did. They did put Snowflake to commander, which I was kind of rooting for him to be a 3-hit.
Yeah.
And then Odin, same thing I was talking about when he played heavy the first time. Is don't send him all the way to third. To have him send him right across. That he went right across on second floor. And they kept Green from getting set up. So Green had
I
to go
think
down. They left.
That's
Go
the
ahead.
lineup as well that I would say is their strongest one.
I say
Yeah.
we take off and nuke the entire site
I definitely
from
want
orbit.
Disco on like big box second floor. Like I want him to just set up a tent, start the
Fire
campfire
team is
s'mores,
leading by
just hang out
11,000
there and
points.
just shoot the shit out of everyone on both ramps.
Exactly.
Because it opens so much for Snowflake. And Snowflake's again another tall player, so him sitting on Cubby or big box, like he can definitely smash. But if you have a scout that's just as tall, it opens you up to just be able to attack versus having to watch your back constantly. But definitely like the switch. I do like the fact that also Red didn't immediately shoot their resupply over when Cubby was tree. They still kept him in Fortress because they were anticipating that counter flank from Green, and they anticipated it nicely, shooting them back down to first. But I do like the fact they didn't send their resupply all the way over prematurely, because sometimes that can happen and you get pincered and you get
Fire
bing bonged
team is
and
leading by
just shot
14,000
to shit
points.
as you're trying to come back downstairs. Looks like it's finds Where's Waldo currently. I'm like, where's he hiding at? Red is setting up nicely, so Red is doing the where they try to keep
Fire
only 2
team is
players
ahead
on
by
that second
15,000
floor.
points.
You prevent them from coming back upstairs, so then the rest of your team can just mop up on the first floor. So love the fact that even though they have control of the complete game state, they are thinking um, that Elam strategy or that strategy to keep the team downstairs. Vulcan, though, even though not having a ton of lives, surviving quite well on the few lives that they had. Unfortunately for El Diablo, getting ping-ponged and his resupply not being able to make it all the way up the ramp really, really hurt them, because he got stuck on third and his resupply was on first. He wasn't able to, regroup and get the lives and shots he needed. He got shots when he came down, didn't get lives, and then got double tapped out. So tough game, but he'll definitely bounce back from it. He had one early game that kind of happened the same way. He was knocked out with -80. Same thing. He got stuck on the third floor, couldn't get back downstairs to the first floor to get resupply. But it's just those nuanced things, just communication. The resupply does have to be the loudest people in the arena when you can't make it to your spot that you're supposed to at the start of the game, and then everyone's thrown off because you're not where you're supposed to be. So I expect them to bounce back from it though, and then again, this one of the premier matchups that we want to see is um, LAPD versus Sunbeams, because they do match up really nicely, even though this game wasn't really telling of that story. I don't know how many more games we're going to be getting, though, for those of you that are still in the chat. I know G&D is talking with the folks there, just kind of feeling out the game plan, what they're doing with the cameras. The cameras do seem to be a little bit choppy and delayed, kind of laggy in some instances. It does look like another game is going to go in. Seeing person under the Pharaoh walking on the long side of the base, but we'll see. Again, they are running a little bit over the practice time that they had set forth, so it was until 12 a.m. Mountain Time, 2 a.m. East Coast Time. All the other time zones, I'm not sure, but I do believe there is one more game going in. So Red, I know, was suiting up and walking under the Pharaoh, so it looks like we will have one more. I just don't know who is playing yet. We'll see if G&D maybe will tell us. It might be, if I had to put money on it, it might be the East Coast matchup again. So just swapping sides, maybe. Teams that haven't played in a little bit. So Cedar City hasn't played in some time. Cali hasn't played for a couple games. Again, the Loveland teams haven't played yet, so pretty sure they're just giving cadence for the traveling teams, which is perfectly okay. I don't expect to see Loveland B or Loveland A play tonight, so does give us about 6 teams to work with. I do believe, I think it might be East Coast matchup. Just swapping sides, but we'll see. Thanks, Dagger, for the the time zones there. Can we get the European time zones in the Brisbane and Auckland time zones as well? 2 hour. It's like a mountain time zone, East Coast time zone for Brisbane and Auckland. It's like 2 hours. And then depending on where you are in Europe, it's definitely gonna be early morning there. Gotcha. Thanks, Molly. So again, if you're joining us still, Steve-O is working out a couple things behind the scenes. We are calling this chat LTE because we are working on a ton of background situation. So there have been a few hiccups. If anything happens or something's not working as intended in the stream or the chat, just ping the chat, let us know, ping one of us. A couple people are disconnected, but
Let me boot it back up. And it's good. And I'll hide downstairs.
Oh, hey,
again.
we can hear hashtag Hawkins.
Oh, that's because it's coming off my feed that he just sent me a link for. Stand by.
Hello, Beans. You disappointed me, if you can still hear me.
No, I can. I played Ammo just now. I will only be playing 2 games this whole tournament. There's no way.
Was the slide into the base worth it?
I was trying to catch a ball in the outfield, and my glove got stuck, and my wrist is still in the outfield.
Is it in the settings?
Gross.
On the right-hand side, down start virtual family, yeah.
Never mind. Looks like I'm gonna find out. So the 2 teams that we said haven't played in a while have decided to play each other.
Fire team has taken the lead.
So it is Cedar City versus the Cali team. So Red taking that strat, you see they held off sending the resupply up right away.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
The cautious thing to do when you're playing red side there.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
And they also split 1 across and then the rest up on 3rd.
We're back, baby.
We are back. So as you can see, it's definitely a crowded second floor there.
Taken the lead.
Both teams fighting heavily over that. It is a very key objective area that you want to hold. There's some shenanigans happening on both sides of big box where red's on one side, green's on the other.
I love me some
And then
shenanigans.
shenanigans on the ramp as well. There's green on one side, red on the other side. Ooh, that was a tough break, Odin.
Those cameras have cleared up nicely.
Definitely. So
Good trade there with Kodama and Thunder. Oh, Snuffles maybe.
Yep. Yeah, the crazy thing though was like Slaughtermelon was in early on side, so he does have that nuke, no bases. Did drop 2 missiles into
Fire team has
the resets. So Green is taking the gambit, which they probably should not have taken. They did go all the way upstairs. And as you can see, it's kind of a tough spot to be in when they chose to go up. You don't really want to go down, but at this choice, like, you don't have Fortress, so it's really, really tough for you to like easily be able to resupply efficiently. Green did set up
I needed that.
a little bit on the backside on the second floor. But again, it's going to be hard because red does have second currently and they have Fortress, so both teams are kind of just staring at each other with shenanigans currently. But green is also not looking down the way. Red has big box and green is flanked up the ramp. But you can see where those taller angles could definitely get you hit. Again, like coming from Fortress, you have to definitely be careful. I know they're keeping their gun higher because they are shooting down the lane to green.
So we roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
Dale got his nuke canceled. That is unfortunate. That would have been huge for red team. They definitely would have knocked a lot of Cedar players into crit, but his nuke did unfortunately get canceled. So crazy play there. by Metalface to shoot Dill.
Fire team is leading by 2,000 points.
That is a rough situation. You're doing that well, and you get your nuke canceled. Kodama's got to be careful here. He's falling into that situation where he could be nuked out. But again, you can kind of see both these teams. They are setting up in their normal resupply spots. When you're battling for that third floor, you see red underneath. They are going through Obelisk to come up the other side.
Clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
Slaughtermelon's going to nuke to keep them still down.
The entire site from orbit.
And then Cedar, after pushing them down, are going to just fill up and regroup. So Cali had it. The nuke cancel really, really hurt them to being able to keep the pressure on Cedar. But Cedar, as you see, they'll spread out. They'll take a few more resubs, and then they're just going to go downstairs. Right at this point, like, the only thing you're thinking is get as much resupply as you can into the team because you know that they're going to come.
Hey, what are you doing, man? Do it. Do it. Do it.
One thing for this that's rougher, though, is you see kind of DK on that second floor. When you're a scout on that positioning, where you're on that second floor to the back, and you have your ramp back to Fortress, if it's clear, you always want to call out to your team, like, hey, ramp safe, come upstairs, because his team is actually getting decimated downstairs. So having that information that DK had, he should have told his team to come up the ramp and go to Fortress, because they're doing it now, but it's, you know, it's kind of way too late. They took a lot of damage. Their medics at 1. They just waited way too long for that to happen.
All right, we got 7 canisters of CN20. So we roll them
So
in there
again,
and
Slaughter,
knock off the nest.
third nuke. It is gonna pretty much take the game for Cedar against Calais. But those type of mistakes, though, it's better to get them out in practice. The nuke cancel was unfortunate, but again, the reading the game state, knowing when to go downstairs versus when to stay and just hemorrhage lives. Scouts out there, you always want to make sure if you have that second floor and you have that clear path ramp, you're communicating to your team to come up. It's definitely a rough situation to be in, but it would have definitely allowed, you know, Red to come up and their medic not lose 9 lives in a trade downstairs.
Fire team is behind by 3,900 points.
Missile away.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Cedar here, though, just going through the motions. So clearing out the third floor, you push them to second. You have your 1 player, 2 players on second, then pushing them down to first. Then you see Caleb going downstairs. So he did take 2 going down the ramp. So he's, you know, definitely has enough shots to just finish the rest of the game. Scout ammo, heavy left in the game.
Let's rock.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
It's a rough game, this one.
Yeah, there was a... So Dill's nuke got canceled when they were pressuring Cedar really, really well.
By 2,300 points.
So his nuke would have put multiple people on Cedar crit. But unfortunately it got canceled by Metalface, so that didn't happen, and then A series of unfortunate events happened after that. They got pushed downstairs. They tried to come up ill-timely, lost a bunch of lives trying to come up, and then they were stuck downstairs for a bit. By the time they made it upstairs, Medic had 1 life and got shot out. So
it's amazing how quickly those errors just compound.
Boosting now.
Yeah.
Or not necessarily error, but like, you know, the good play of the other team really kind of reducing your momentum.
Do it. Yeah, the nuke would have been crazy because multiple people on Cedar would have been crit. They were out of position. Their resupply was split. So it would have been a very, very good nuke. So it would have totally probably changed the early game, but the middle game, it's like most of the teams are going to have this challenge. I was talking about it with in the chat. Really, it was like there was a moment where DK was on second and the ramp was clear and his back was to Fortress. And like, you know, it's clear. You just yell for your team to come up at that point.
Yeah.
Like, hey, just come up, the ramp is clear. You can see the second floor. You have that knowledge. They waited about 40 seconds too late, so they lost about 9 lives downstairs. By the time they up, there was 3 people waiting for them. So then it's like back downstairs, you're out the game. So, but yeah, the new cancel came in clutch. It definitely, you know, helped Cedar take control of that early game and then carry it into mid.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, can you hear Beans talking in the background?
I did earlier.
Okay. I don't know if Beans can hear us. Give me a thumbs up, Beans. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, let's switch across there and I'll see if I can bring him up. Hang on.
What's up, babies?
Oh, we can I can.
Hey,
hear,
how's it
can
going?
you hear him?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, let me switch across to here. Hey guys, how we doing?
Oh,
hey, how's it going?
Couple of attractive lads there. Well, so can you guys both hear me and Scythe?
Yes.
Well, that's bloody brilliant, isn't it? This is going to work exactly like we thought. Which is
the interview hot seat.
Yeah. So, how are things on the ground from our on-site local reporter Beans? Oh, I think he froze.
It's all right.
Oh, he went to respond. He froze.
Typical.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah. Anything we put our hands on, it's mad with technical issues.
Stream LTE.
We can see it. That's the face of sheer panic. That one is frozen in sheer panic. That's the face I'm making on the inside.
That's the face you make when you gotta tell your team you broke your wrist and can't play Nets.
It's
screenshot that and put it like, oops. Oopsies.
So I think he can hear us. I think he can hear us like frozen chili beans. I think he can hear us relatively clearly, but yeah, unfortunately, it's frozen on his end. So we'll switch back to here. Oh no, he's back. He's back.
Oh, you're back.
Are you back, mate?
I only have to connect to Caleb's Cybertruck in order to.
Yeah, I'm
stay
surprised
connected.
that wasn't that what we were gonna do?
Well, the joke is we're gonna pull the Cybertruck in through the garage door of LLT and just park it right in the lobby.
We need a $2,000 part to use the Cybertruck Wi-Fi.
What?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
How much did he say?
$2,000.
That's what it would cost him.
3,500 New Zealand.
You can fly a dude out for that price.
Yep.
You can make a trip 4 times for that price.
Exactly right. Here, back again. How's things on the ground there? How's the mood?
Not too bad yet.
Yeah.
They're getting a little spicy.
Yeah.
Well, you think it's a little spicy?
I think it's
a little spicy.
Well, I just came out of that game reffing. It was a spicy game.
Really?
Oh. I'm going to hide out here the whole time.
Who's
I tried
cheating?
for 14 years to get out of reffing. This is a way to get out of reffing.
Well, hopefully, because we were sort of talking about it, and given how quickly the games are going to turn around, sorry, I got distracted by chat. Stallion has said, "Beans, my kid thinks you look and sound like a knockoff Mark Zuckerberg."
Well, a lot of kids think I'm Mr. Beast, so that's a different story.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, that's perfect. Are they like, oh, you gonna get that money?
I don't have any money to give.
So, any surprises? Any anything that surprised you, from a spectator perspective, so far this evening?
Diablo, 100% Diablo.
Yeah. Do you want to elaborate?
Yeah. He has, I think, 3 or 4 10K commander scores.
Yeah.
Since we've been playing around, and had a couple. I think he had a 12-3 at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right out of the gate, actually, we noticed very quickly that he strung some really good commander games together, and actually made that team look really competitive. I mean, the team looked really good as a unit. So
yeah.
That's really awesome.
I mean, even the games they lost, they didn't look defeated. They looked like, oh, we might have this.
Oh, that's so good.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've got a plate of salmon and vegetables my lovely wife has delivered to me.
Oh.
It's great. Hey, Luke.
Oh, Luke walked away.
He walked away. That's all right.
Okay. I did play my one game so far. I had to test out the arm.
Did you?
To make sure. Yeah.
How'd you get on?
4K.
That's good. Should break you more bones.
No. I played against Detroit.
So Scythe was saying Scythe was saying earlier that that had he known, he probably could have been beans for this tournament.
I don't know how you
spilled in for beans. They can eat a dick. My bad. They can eat some.
No, we're a professional outfit. none of that when we go live.
They can kick rocks because they had a whole year to get the team together. So that's on them.
That we're consummate professionals here. Smalley, I apologize for your ears. All right, the game's going in. We're gonna switch across to that. Thank you for chatting with us. We'll touch base.
No worries. See you guys tomorrow. Absolutely. See you guys tomorrow.
All right. Zoop.
Yep. Later.
That was fun.
Yeah, we're back to
team has taken
the
lead.
Battle of the East Coast.
Fire team has taken the lead.
I do unfortunately think I'll have to drop after this game, though.
That.
You're muting beans again?
Yeah. Mutable beans.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'll have to drop after this game. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Very, very late.
Okay. It is, but no, it's not too bad. But yeah, all in all, so weird. Stu was just on camera and he just ran into the game. They're like, Stu, where are you? Stu. Yeah, from the looks of it, New York doing the thing. So they
Fire team.
they have a rough setup on green. So always keep your phaser up, kids. Phaser was down. His phaser was down. He could have shot Cody running in.
That's some rookie mistakes.
Yeah. His phaser's still down. Phase up. Keep your gun up. But yeah, so how you notice the difference between Cedar and even Sunbeams, Detroit is not setting up in the cubby how they should be setting up. So you notice the difference. They're out in the open. They're getting shot from Cody from the ramp. Ray is trying to get resupplied, but you're in this spot where you're getting shot from Fortress, you're getting shot from the ramp. You have to be tucked around that corner. And like the person comes in, shoots your resupply down.
I can't tell who that is in the resupply. It must be Ezra. No. That's
Yeah,
not right.
No, it's
Lizzie.
Lizzie and Stu. Yeah. They just shoot. They just. Oh, she did shoot Fox, I guess. I thought she was trying to hit Stu, and then she shot Fox, apparently.
Right.
I say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit.
Oh, it's not good.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
Stu, no. Oh, Astro 2. All right, so unfortunately, Stu and them are not gonna like what I had to say, but yeah, you cannot set up like that in the cubby. You can't split like that, where you're battling Fortress and the ramp out in the open like that. You have to come all the way around the corner. You have to have a person looking down at Fortress with your back to the wall, and then you have to have someone on second floor. Like, I mean, it's a tough rake, but again, it's practice. Get those kind of hiccups, ironed out.
Yeah.
All right.
But you still hate to see it real time though. You're like, it's your team, and you're like, what are you doing? Why are you in that spot? Go around the corner. Take 3 steps around the corner.
I think I really struggled as resupply in this arena. It seems that we got quite a big delay on some of these cameras too, unfortunately. But yeah, like I remember when we played
900 points.
West Coast on the same team.
Yep.
I'm not really a very good resupply player, and it really showed at that tournament especially. Unfortunately, in an arena like this, like because you need the fitness, you need the speed. Like you couldn't really put me anywhere. But that's one thing I think I struggled with as a resupply is being in that cubby and not being in a position where you can get shot from that back corridor all the way from Fortress. But you still need to be kind of like doing your job as well. So yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, the hard part about like when we played in 2022 is like anyone that was playing Scout wasn't really playing Scout how you need a 2K Scout, right? You need a King Brother Scout, and then you need a Scout that's like a rusty Scout where you're just floating. You're just floating and shooting people in direction. But the problem with that is if you're holding cubby, you don't want the 2K Scout on Fortress. You want them on the second floor in big box because like you can shoot up to Fortress, and it's like if they want to shoot you and you're hiding in the cubby, they got to come all the way down the walkway.
Yep.
And I think so many times our scouts went to Fortress, and it's like, why are you there? And then they get picked off from the ramp, and you're like, now we just lost our whole position. But I mean, it is definitely a learning curve for Resup in this arena. As with other arenas like New York also has a really high learning curve for Resup on the one side.
Yeah.
But I do think like other teams do have a very, very good game plan for that sort of thing of how they're handling splitting the resupply or getting the resupply in the cubbies. But as you see here, New York instantly goes to the box. They don't hang out where Wookiee was standing. They don't kind of hang out there and try to resupply there. They have the medic tucked in the box. The ammo can roam a little bit if you're not in a high pressure situation, but I would have liked to see Detroit set up like that a little differently.
Floor Kids Gaming. What's a resupply? Prefer to die and go back to eating? Right there with you.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
That's hilarious.
Fire team is ahead by 7,700 points.
Party time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rhea, she's gonna have to deal with having no shots.
Yeah.
And
again for another game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stu died out with that double nuke, that was the double nuke.
Yeah.
But again, like even the situation where, given that they were split like that, not in the cubby, it's like the odds of you getting resupply before you die from that nuke is 0. Like as soon as you come around the wall, you're gonna get shot from Fortress if you didn't already get shot in the back from the ramp. It's like tuck into the cubby. How New York is doing is like really the only way to play the cubby.
I say we take off and nuke
Again, the ammo can float like when the coast is clear, but when
Earth team is behind
stuff is hitting the fan, you
9,300
want your resupply
points.
tucked in like that.
Unfortunately, Rhea had no shots to defend herself, and the nuke got defused.
Gross.
Cody out here looking for nukes to defuse, just like last year.
Yeah, bomb diffuser.
That's the reason why your name used to be Cycle Target. Amazing.
But yeah, I think like really all Detroit has to do is just kind of practice more a little bit on the basics. Like use those games against like, you know, the bottom 4 teams to really just hone in on, hey, this is where we need to set up. This is an okay, and this is a no-go.
Yep.
And like have those fallback points already established. And
Fire team is leading by 11,000 points.
From there, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle given their team, but they can definitely, you know, take some games off some folks, and then if they get some well-timed nukes or some well-timed, you know, shenanigans, I think they'll be okay. But it is going to be kind of a uphill battle.
Yeah. Hopefully they can find some synergy with the locals that are on their team as well. Hopefully with Blackout and Phantom coming into the squad tomorrow, it's more of a asset rather than a detriment. That being said,
to full auto.
They are currently playing with Azra and Strickver, who are both locals. So, and you know, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they kind of get on with Blackout and Phantom tomorrow.
By 12,000 points.
Yeah.
Just clean up duty here for Syracuse.
Do it.
Yeah, a little bit. Definitely trying to make the most of it by living.
I needed that.
They've got a really cool team jersey this year as well.
Right.
I think this might be the last game. If it's not, they've got one more after this, I think.
Gotcha.
Forgive me for eating in the mic.
Oh, you're fine. New York having a little bit of a weird situation. Everyone's on the second floor and no one's looking downstairs.
Fire team is leading by 15,000 points.
So if I had to put money on it, I'm saying that she's hiding in one of the pillars.
Mm-hmm.
So she's tiny enough to fit behind where like her lights won't bleed on the wall. That'd be my guess. So I'm trying to think they'd only see her if they're coming from the switchback side. And they walk right in front of it, they would see it. No, she shouldn't have shot that person.
Sometimes you can't help yourself, right?
Yeah. You're just like, I'm going to get points.
Yeah.
But yeah, she definitely was by the pillars, and then now
Fire
she's
team
floating on
is
the far
ahead by
side.
16,000 points.
Do it.
Under the base. was like the one shot. Like, I'm gonna shoot Fox, and it turns into just like, oh god.
There she is. Oh shit.
Yep.
Maybe you haven't been keeping up on current events, but we just
nice
got
effort.
our asses kicked, pal.
If I go out, I'm not gonna make
All right,
it
sir.
easy.
All right.
Right. We'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Definitely. Yep. So, I am gonna try to log. I'll probably reach out to you like 5:30 right when I get off, and then just be like, hey, how we looking? And then go through some tests, make sure everything's working right, and then from there,
as early as
from there, we should be good.
As we can get it.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Thank you for everything today. I can't wait to kick off day 1 with you tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be a blast. Can't wait.
Stick around. I'll stick around for a little while longer, and we'll see out the rest of the evening. But yeah, we'll catch up with you bright and early.
All right, thanks. Thanks everyone in the chat, everyone that stopped by, say hi, and I will see you guys technically bright and early tomorrow, but more on the afternoon side.
In the afternoon, yeah.
Bright and early if you're on the other hemisphere is bright and early,
right.
but yeah, have a great night, everyone.
See you, bro. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I see you there, Troy. When do I play? Scumbag. I can't possibly play because I've got far too many technical issues to be playing laser tag. It's a real shame. We've it's gone probably a little bit smoother than I would have expected, but there's still many things that could be done a little better, but let down by technology, internet, and also, you know, a lack of unlimited budgets. He's got no travel insurance. Yeah, I've got no travel insurance. Always remember to buy travel insurance, kids. I hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. We've sort of kept a few things under wraps. We've demonstrated some of the cool things that we've got going on, but for the most part, we kind of want to keep some things a little bit, you know, secrets. So that we can kind of roll stuff out and show you guys tomorrow. I think that might be it. Let me just double check.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
The late night G&D show. That's right. I'm far less funny than some of those late night talk show hosts, but what I lack in charisma, I make up for in bullshit. We're gonna hopefully have a couple of guests join us. If I can figure that out as well, we'll have some guest commentators come in. Better hair for that's all I got going for me is my hair. That's all I got. Hot tub stream. If I could fit one in here, we'd most definitely be steaming. It'd be steaming up Laserforce International. So I don't think that's very marketable. Because we do have sponsorship this year. Thank you very much to our principal sponsor, Liquid Death. If you need a hydrate, get some Liquid Death up in you. Floor kids, you don't want to see all of this. You don't want that smoke. What are the highlights for you guys? What have you enjoyed so far? Hot steam Liquid Death. Hopefully we've got all of the updated code names. We need updated code names for the stats stuff to work. We've got a bit of stats stuff coming our way, which will be kind of interesting as well. Stream edition's really cool. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Enjoyed the last 10 minutes, which was when you could start watching. You're sitting here at Laserforce. Oh yeah, it's Monday. You guys are playing tonight. That's awesome. Oh, you guys will be able to roll right into Laserforce from watching, end of the day stream. GD calling people for the mistakes. Gotta lock that potty mouth of Scythes up, rein him in. I thought, I had asked him before, before we obviously, set everything up, and I said, hey, do you want to, if you're not playing, do you want to join me as a co-commentator? And he was like, yeah. I was like, can you commentate? He's like, yeah, I can commentate a little bit. I absolutely love hearing how his mind attacks this arena, and how he can kind of really break down what teams are doing and what they're doing wrong. And I hope he can kind of reach out and especially give some advice to some of his locals, because they could really benefit from his knowledge of the game, the knowledge of the maze, even if he's not there. So I'm finding it fascinating listening to him. Normally I try and fill the silence. Oh, we're off. We're off on another game. Stream Edition's rock. It's more fun, feeling more connected to what's going on. Oh, I'm so stoked, Fairy. I'm so stoked that you like it. What have we got going on here? We have LAPD, by the looks of it, in green, versus kind of a, I guess it's like a mixed team, it looks like. I haven't seen the Rook play. I didn't know the Rook was hanging out, so they seem to be wanting to get amongst.
Team has taken the lead.
Watch your fire and check your targets.
You're pretty flat for a G&D guy. Let's see if we can kick out some cameras here. Let's see what's going on. Looks to me that Manette hanging out in the cubby, along with Autumn trying to hold that closet, but it looks to be that the other team put pressure on from oh man, all of the place names have gone from my head. I'm definitely no Scythe. That's the damn thing. I'd like to see El Diablo have a bit of a bounce back game. He's been killed out of a couple of games early. Be cool to see him bounce back, but so far pretty quiet on his from his point of view. But that being said, this isn't his regular team, I guess. It's almost like a St. George Loveland B hybrid.
All right, we got 7 canisters of
Oh,
CN20.
whoever that is across
Roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
that back wall is doing some work.
Do it.
Earth team has taken
It seems the
lead.
camera is kind of caught up. It's only about a second or two behind the actual game feed, so that's good. Both teams a little bit tentative. Both medics have taken a beating this game. We're only a couple of minutes in, and already red medic is down to 10 lives. That's brutal. But it's not like the green medic hasn't taken a beating as well. Down to 13. Good amount of respawn happening.
Fire team is trailing by 2,400 points.
Oh, the cameras are gone a little bit muddy again.
Do it.
It's for a shame.
Cease fire. Cease fire. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Switching to full auto.
Red's attacking lineup looking to put a little bit more pressure on. Comes the nuke. Good nuke by El Diablo. Returns some of that pressure back onto the green team, but Snowflake is out to a pretty good start to this game.
Fire team is behind.
Might want to go back and
6,400
get a few resupplies, put them in good stead to get back out and kind of take a bunch more of the medic's lives. Potentially kill them out of the game. Oh, let's go, Rook. It's actually a really strange game. Snowflake's kind of been caught out a little bit here. If he can nuke, you can kind of relieve a little bit of the pressure that Red Team are managing to put back onto them, and maybe re-establish some resupply and go and get some. But yeah, he ran pretty low shots and lives, and if he runs out of shots, he's gonna be in a bit of trouble. Nobody seems to be holding in closet, which is interesting. I wonder where the resupply, both resupplies are holding. Oh no, red resupply in the closet. There comes the nuke.
Confirmed.
Good nuke there by El Diablo. This game's kind of swung back a little bit. Them yellow cards flying.
Check your targets.
Snowflake hasn't managed to really get back and get the resupply. Although he managed to get the missile off from Rockwood.
Took him out with a heat seeker.
Maybe he's not going to be able to get to a second. There we go. Get some resupply, buddy.
Do it!
Fire team is behind by 380. Fire team has
Now's a
taken
good
the
chance
lead.
for El Diablo, though, to kind of keep that attacking pressure on. If he can keep the pressure on the green resup, he can oh, there goes this scout. Disco's been killed out. That's huge. I had to take a call. Man, losing both of their scouts. This is gonna put a lot more pressure back onto the green team. Red team really need to capitalize here. Rocco could go back and get some lives, get full, and then doesn't have to. Oh, he takes a missile for his trouble. Really needs to go back. If we can go back, get some lives, get full, and then you can stay out for the remainder of the game and really put that pressure on. But he's gonna be lucky to get back and take a lives resupply. Ninja, White Ninja missing the missile. El Diablo getting a missile in Odin's Fist. Snowflake's managed to get quite a few reset, which is good, but I think the damage has been already been done. Losing the medic. Coming down to 3 on 6. Ezra was down to sort of 10 lives, I think, very, very early into the game, and they just haven't really been able to get much more pressure on it, so we'll see how we go.
All right, we've got 7 canisters.
Here comes the nukes.
I said we roll them in there and
Needs to pick up another 4 special points off this nuke, get a few resets if he can, but
team is trailing by
no one is around, so we got a missile off. That's awesome. Keep doing that, dude. El Diablo is floating around the midsection of the switchback ramp, heading up to Fortress.
Cease fire! Let's
This game's been awesome. I guess with no resupply, the green 3 hits can kind of just fire at will at this point, but it's gonna be a real struggle for for them to not lose this game.
Ceasefire!
Got it, Dolly.
Earth team is behind by 1,000 points.
Snowflake's racking the points up, though. Up to another nuke. Got the 20 special points he needs for a nuke. El Diablo is not too far behind. He needs another... Whoa. Oh, gone on a run. Look at that. He's up to his nuke. And he drops. And he detonates. Wow, that's huge. If they can keep this pressure up, they should be able to get the elim. There's still a lot of lives left on the green team, but there's still 5 minutes left in the game. So if red team really push, they should be able to kill green team out, which would be, based on these teams, a little bit of an upset.
I needed that.
Really glad to see how well El Diablo is playing. I mean, I've said it a bunch of times already, but he's really impressing me with just how much more switched on he seems than the last time we played in this arena. I mean, it was his first Space Marines tournament, but still, you know,
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Leaps and bounds better.
I needed that.
Oh, man.
Missile away.
Snowflake's nuke was deactivated. Sorry, diffused. That is a real shame. Hate to see it.
Oh, man.
Red team on cleanup. This is a really good win for them. Real good.
Earth team is trailing by 6,700 points.
It's a real interesting dynamic, this one, just to see, potentially how, because we didn't really get to see the Lovelanders play tonight in the practices, so, yeah, he is. He's doing some great resets, Troy. See you later. Have fun. Say hey to everyone for me. He's really turned into a proper Force player, like a proper Space Marines player, which is awesome to see. And even just, you know, from how he played in Almays last year to how I'm seeing him play in this Maze, it's night and day. He's really stepped it up.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
That's a good win.
Hey, maybe you haven't been keeping up on current events, but we just got our asses kicked, pal.
On his way to that fourth. Apologies as I eat the rest of my dinner. I'm trying to be a little more professional as the week goes on. It must be pretty late over there. Is there any locals in chat that can tell me what time it currently is in Colorado? So I think the plan is to play no later than 4 a.m. Hopefully, for the player's sake, I hope that this is kind of the latest that they go to each night, because any later than this, I can't even imagine how hard it is to play Laserforce this early in the morning at any point, let alone a nap. Yeah, it's a shame that it couldn't have been a day tournament, but you know, it is what it is. There we go, playing with the levels here. That was an awesome game. Really, really cool game. Oh, they must be playing one more because there's people going into the maze. So yeah, all the respect. It's crazy. Just brutal. Is Loki down there this evening? Is Loki playing? Like, I haven't seen him kind of floating around on any cameras, so I just assumed. Yeah, I thought I saw. I could see, yeah, players have suited up and they're going in, so looks to be. Can't tell who that is. Let me get a bit of view of this camera. That looks to be the Rook. So it might be a Loveland B, or it might be these teams again. He should be there. So whilst I am very much enjoying doing the stream, and it's almost like being there, I'm definitely missing not being able to kind of hang out and yarn with people. That's one of my favorite things about attending internationals, is catching up with all the players. So it's a real shame. Oh, what's happened there? One of the cameras just died. It's back. You wish you could go now? You should have, Smalley. That'd been awesome. I did get messages from El Diablo today about the interest for a European Space Marines internationals, and I think that there is probably enough interest to warrant there being a Space Marines tournament in Europe somewhere. Whether that's it's probably likely going to be in either Germany or the Czech Republic, because I think out of those sites that are there, their tournament seem to be thriving, and I think they're a little more open to playing the international rule set than in the UK, which is a real shame, I guess, for the UK, because you guys have tenure. But what it does mean is that obviously I would imagine that there's a pretty decent UK contingent that would come along to the tournament. So I'm gonna hopefully listen back to this stream tomorrow. I'm very interested to know what the volume levels are like between the music and like the vocals. Is the music like quite a bit louder than me? Turn it down a smidge. I'm sure you could get some players. I'm sure you could. I'm kind of thinking like, oh my god, what a name. Music is a bit loud? Yeah, sweet. I was just looking at the levels, I'm like, oh, that is much louder than I had intended. Thank you very much for the follow, person who followed before. Appreciate you. It's pretty similar. Music is a bit lower would be better. Let's turn it to about there. That should be better. Should boost my mic a little bit. How were me and Scythe comparatively? Were we about the same, or was he quite a bit louder than me? You didn't risk attending this year as you're still recovering from a torn ACL. Did I know that? Did I know you tore your ACL? That's gnarly, dude. What happened? I like this camera view of that particular ramp. It's kind of awesome. Oops. There we go. You try going skiing? There's your problem. Oh, that's not here still. He's much louder, not sure why. It's on my end. I didn't fix the audio levels. I'll get that right for tomorrow. I should be quite a bit louder now, I think. 0 out of 10 will not ski again. It's all good if you don't, fall down and break your knee. It's good now? Sweet. I should have checked earlier, but, we forget these things. I wonder if we got time for a quick commercial break. Oh no, it looks like they're going to the base. The starting areas. Did recover quicker if you had a broken bone? Yeah, like tendons are gnarly, I reckon. That's exactly right, Fairy. That's what tonight is for. Practice. We're practicing. Well, red team hanging out in front of the green base, so I don't know why. Wabbit season game win? No. Never. Who is that there? Is that Poopies? John Calkins is in there? Is he wearing a green suit? Some of the Lovelanders might be suiting up. Ask who Wabbit. Dude, Wabbit season is a punish. And shame on you. Shame on you, Smalley McSmall, for suggesting it. Terrible game. What a terrible game. I think if I unlimited budget, I would very much like to do like full production on this. Oh, what's up, Luke? Why is he touching? Stop touching. Luke, stop touching. You're ruining my setups. How many subs for a Wabbit season game? That's the thing. Can't sub to this channel, but you can sub to twitch.tv/the Resupply. Hosted by yours truly, Guy Next Door. If you don't already follow the channel, please go follow. I'm pretty sure everyone here follows that channel. He's got that big hunter energy. Need a really, really big trucker cap to pull that off. Oh, what's up, Sean? How are you, bro? Oh, we're getting started. Let's go.
State-of-the-art firepower. There's nothing they can't handle.
Alright, so the cameras are about a second and a half behind. That's okay. Both teams heading up the ramps, trying to get to the third floor before the others can. Who have we got? We've got... these are just random teams. Ignore the team names up the top. This is the Funsies game, by the looks of it.
Earth team has taken the lead.
Green team have managed to kind of establish themselves in and around that fun box area. I forget what that spot is called at the top of on the second floor. Somebody might have to remind me what that space is called. I've got it written down somewhere, but I forgot to open my notes. Red team, I think red team have established themselves in the closet on the 3rd floor. Bottom right-hand corner. Who was that? Is that that's not Kodama.
Ceasefire!
Bromley, bromatized. Bromatized doing battle with what looks to be Loki and
Fire team is behind by 360
I can't tell who that was next to him. I think it was Simply Okay. But they're on the green ramp at the moment. Just really kind of stalemate at the moment. Bromley has managed to keep a lot of pressure on the that second floor spot. You're calling that spot Jeff from now on? What, Jeff? A little bit of stalemate at the moment. The red team are trying to establish themselves in... let's go to here. Oh, that's no bloody good, is it?
Hey, what are you doing, man?
There we go.
Fire team is trailing by 1,800
So
points.
many puns to be made. Here we go. And then this one can change to here. That one can be... Apologies for the switching. So, camera top left corner. Oh, somebody's just dropped a nuke. Disco Monkey on the green team. Detonates his nuke. So far, in terms of lives, the green team's medic is looking a lot healthier, which is a surprise because they seem to be floating around on that green ramp, and they're still floating around on the green ramp. Loki's managed to get in and kick them out of closet on the 3rd, which is that bottom right-hand corner. You can see Loki waiting around the corner, about to trade with Bromatize, the other 3 hit. At a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Each waiting for the other to come around the corner. Here we go. Oh, well done. Good resupply here. You can see at the top right-hand corner the red team holding the fortress at the top of the switchback ramp. All crammed in there. There's not a lot of space in there. Only space for like 2 people abreast. I feel like conditions in there can get cramped if people aren't careful, so I might want to send out White Ninja to do a bit of damage. Good to see our Diablo getting a rest in the resupply. The green players look to be Autumn.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
No, Disco Monkey. Kind of coming around the that big box 2nd floor space around onto the ramp. Poopies takes up a lot of space in Fortress. But as you can see, he's a tall dude. He can actually see over the wall. That seems unfair. Good work.
Team is ahead by 4,500 points.
There's just a wall of green. Looked to be the Rook or Disco came in. I didn't see which one it was. Came in and just kicked the red resupply downstairs. So you don't want to be down there.
Do it! Do it!
Who's at closet? Seems to be might be the Kraken. Currently trading with Loki. Red team managed to come back up with the ramps and get back into the fortress. So see if they could kind of re-establish their position up there.
Requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
Good nuke there by White Ninja.
Oh man.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Good backtracking there by the green
Fire
team back
team is
into
behind by 3,200 points.
Oh man.
Closet.
Took him out to the hits.
Chamber. Chamber is what that's called. Chamber. Closet. Need some sticky notes. Tell me the names of all of the spots. So just having a look at the lives of the medics. Red medics on 11 lives. The Fair Turkey. Didn't even realize the Fair Turkey was in the game. Been sitting around all night. Been itching to play. Strickfer there, the green medic is also on 11 lives. So pretty even for the medic lives. The difference is in, I guess, the commanders. Disco has gotten, was in the middle of getting resupply, whereas White Ninja is very, very low on lives and shots. So if Disco heads out now, I'll be able to put a lot more pressure on the red resupply. Make it very tough for White Ninja to be able to actually get fill up and go back out and attack. But seems to be able to take a few, so maybe a missed opportunity from the green team.
Watch your fire.
You see in that bottom right hand corner, Bromatized
rock.
getting some shots into Simply Okay. Simply Okay returning the favor though. Ah! I can't believe he cleared that wall! Oh my god! Simply Okay jumped up and managed to shoot over that wall, and it was clean. Boy's got hops.
Team is leading by 4,100 points.
Good nuke there. Disco Monkey activating a nuke. Oh, this, I don't know how I feel about the shooting over the walls business. Poopy's in Fortress jumping and shooting up over the walls. Legal shot. As long as you clear the wall, which he did. Simply Okay. Doing some work as the resupply. Get it, son. Good score. Clearing 3 grand without bases. That, my friends, is the work of a A-team player.
Fire team is behind by 4,100 points.
Big deficit. Looks to be about 6 grand if you take bases away from red team. But so far, no one really has been that concentrating that hard on getting the bases. Poopy's as a scout on 3-3 with 2 bases. Really needs to be doing more work. Unfortunately, the Grak has been eliminated, which is going to put even more pressure on the red team. Green seem to have been ahead for most of this game in my eyes, and have taken a commanding lead now that the Kraken's been elimed. Still 6 lives left on the Fair Turkey versus Strickfer's 8. But the difference is in the rest of the team lives. The green team have managed to get pretty full up. If Loki can stay close to full, then it won't matter when Strickfer, if and when Strickfer gets eliminated as the medic.
Do it.
Didn't see who that was that came in and started attacking the rook.
Ceasefire. Do it.
Think it's Bromatized again.
Space Marine requesting clearance for nuclear strike.
Confirmed.
Space Marine requesting clearance.
Good nuke there, White Ninja.
Confirmed.
Do it.
Blown away.
Hey, what are you doing, man? Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
It's going to be interesting to see how the B team, how the Loveland B team matches up with the traveling teams tomorrow. I assume that Loveland A should have their number. Usually the case, but it's always great when a B team upsets the A team. I know our B team in Auckland last year pushed us every game they could. They really wanted those games against us. And I think they actually pushed us pretty close in a couple of them. I know that B team will be very keen, very, very keen to get some payback on their A team, but we'll see. We'll see how this week plays out. I think that they might have, they might be a lot tougher than maybe some of us were giving them credit for. So we'll see. We'll see how the games play out. But I'm very excited, very, very excited to see them play. Poopies and can't tell who that is. Looks to be maybe the Fair Turkey.
I say we
Yeah, that's Fair Turkey hiding up in the fortress. Good couple of nukes here. Couple nukes? One nuke.
Do it. Do it.
Boosting now.
Considering they lost Grak a few minutes back, they've done pretty well to stave off the attack, and as a result, they've managed to elim the green medic and actually reduce the life totals for a good chunk of the green team. I don't think either team will get elimed here, but the game certainly has swung. If the red team can, if White Ninja can get to his next nuke and drop that successfully, it's going to make the complexion of this game really interesting.
Missile away.
Ooh, Disco getting a well-needed missile off into El Diablo. Ninja's up to the 20 special points. He'll be hopefully going to find somewhere to drop. There we go. Drops his nuke.
So we roll them in there and nerve gas the whole nest.
Gets it off. That's going to elim Autumn. Take Loki to 1. Wow, what a swing.
Boosting now.
Green are way ahead on points. Especially because Disco's still yet to get 2 of his bases. He kind of needs to get a move on, go get those, and get to his next nuke to kind of stave off this comeback. Ninja just needs to go ham here. Show us what you got, young fella.
Do it. Do it.
Earth team is leading by 7,500 points.
Disco's got to his nuke and drops.
60 seconds until extraction.
Good drop. That's going to put the elim out of question. They're just continuing to rack up points, but red team really almost managed to salvage this from the fire. They should be able to get the rook. Should be able to kill the rook out of the game. Good score, just under 7k. Everyone contributing where they need to. Bromatized needs to go get his base. But at this point, it might be too little too late. I think his thought process should be really to try and kill Disco, but it's not going to happen.
This is Bravo Echo 1. We're coming around on final approach now. Be ready for pickup in
Wow, I
15
can't
seconds.
believe they managed to kill as many of the green team as they did.
5 seconds until extraction. 4, 3, 2.
Disco did enough though. Did enough to make sure that they didn't give the game away. But what an effort! What an effort by Red Team. That was awesome. Good job, Red Team. Go get 'em, young bucks. I think that's the last of the evening. If that's the case, here comes the house light. So that's probably the last one of the evening. I'll switch across to here. Put on a little bit of music. ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good time hanging out with us with this practice session. I had a great time hanging out with you guys. I had a great time hanging out, especially with Scythe, getting his expertise. You can tell by sitting and talking with the greats. You can tell they are one of the greats by the things that they say, and the way that man's mind works around this game, you can tell why he's one of the GOATs. Arguably the best US player. Arguably. I don't know who you're arguing with. Not me. So we'll be back on tomorrow from about. We're gonna try and go live about 15 minutes early. Just to kind of work through some of the kinks and see how we get on. I hope you guys. How many hours from now? What time is it? About 13 hours, I think. So 12 hours is 8:30, 9:30. Yeah, in about 13 hours. So we go live from about 9:45 New Zealand time, which will be around about 3:45 p.m. Mountain time. And then you can figure out your best time zone from there. If you're in Australia, we go live at about 7:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. Come join us. Come and sample what it is to have Nats back for another year. I love this time of year. This is almost like Christmas for us laser tag enthusiasts. I think it'll be 10:45 p.m. for you. Ooh, that's rough. That might just about be the worst time zone conversion out of anyone that's watching Nats. But you're gonna stay out, right, Smalley? Right? Sure you are. Oh, that's rough. I mean, the time zones work perfectly for us. And a red and green screen for Christmas? Exactly. Festive. I've got the green screen. We could pull it down. Alright, we're gonna love and leave you guys. We'll go live tomorrow. We'll be putting notifications out on Facebook, on the Resupply Discord channel. We'll try and recast through the Resupply, and we'll also we'll try and make it people aware that we're going live. But day one tomorrow. I'm freaking hyped. I can't wait. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Thanks for all the new follows today. We will see you guys when we go live tomorrow. But until then, enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you guys soon.
Shivering off the mayhem I am delivering. While we listening to these crazy mumble rappers, gotta have the lyrics in them. You gotta know it matters. I'm going into beast mode. You ain't even hit the streets though. I'm fresh. You thinking that I'm new though. A new hoe. You gotta refresh. I'ma bring you the pain. Like this ain't no pain, no gain. I'ma bring you the heat. Yeah, you're gonna feel obsolete.